Please welcome the chairman of the Western Conservative Summit, Jeff Hunt.
Good morning, good morning. Well, yesterday was quite a day. We've never had a Friday and started so early on a Friday. Normally we start at 7 p.m. on Friday evenings. We started yesterday at about 6 a.m., and even before that, the Secret Service were in here at 5:30, so what a day yesterday was. I hope you all had a wonderful time. We even went all the way till 11 o'clock at night with the Transform DJs concert, so we're feeling great. We're just about to start a big day. We have a lot of great speakers. We're going to dive straight into policy and go really, really quickly and fast and hard on these very important issues. We're going to start this morning with Ryan Anderson. He's going to be talking about marriage, transgender issues. In my opinion, the most important mind in the defense of traditional marriage. So he's going to be coming up here in a little bit. We're going to hear from Kimberly Corbin, a former CCU student on school choice. We have David Keane, the former president of the NRA, Frank Gaffney, Kimberly Corbin. A lot of great speakers coming up this morning, so you're in for a real treat. I'm very excited for what we're going to be learning this morning. Before we do that, we're going to hear from Legacy Quartet, and we're also going to watch a trailer. Later tonight, we're going to see the movie Comeback, which was a project by Speaker Paul Ryan and the organization Opportunity Lives. So we're going to hear a little bit from Legacy Quartet, and then we're going to watch the trailer. I want you to stick around later this evening to watch this movie. This is a very important movie. To have conservatives really focused on tackling poverty and changing the inner cities and serving the least of these is something that all conservatives should be deeply concerned about. And I'm very grateful that we have a speaker, Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, that is leading on this. So that's what this trailer is going to be about in the movie later this evening. So please join me in welcoming this morning Legacy Quartet.
We're in a crisis state, let's face it. The epidemics of drug addiction and broken families and homelessness is real.
We have created a commodity out of the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar goes not to the poor, but those who serve poor people.
A wholesale poverty industry that does not change the bottom line, the people that they serve. Human life makes us have to constantly come back from things. But this movement is about coming back from the places where most folk have been left to die.
But what we have today is a need for a shift in our approaches to poverty, but the shift will never happen until the larger community sees what works and what doesn't. It's not about building stars or celebrities, but it is about telling the story.
Growing up single parent, I was always figuring it out in the street.
21 years, you can't get that back, and they right. But if you don't have to go through this by educating yourself, by making better decisions, I get that back.
I've never been inside the house.
What did it feel like?
Heavy. You have so many people who realize that God is not finished. They are not finished. That life is still achievable even through some of the hardest circumstances ever.
I lived a hard life in Chicago.
I've had more guns in my face than I care to remember.
I was there. I was hardcore there.
So many times the experts are seen as the people with the degrees, when the experts are really the people that have come back.
You guys got me amped up.
We all amped up. And the only way we're going to take back our community is get those same type of people that help break the community.
I'm holding his hand saying, we're going to come out of this together.
There's nothing more powerful than a witness. We got so many witnesses here.
You've got to return to people the power.
What if you took a man that did 21 years serious?
This is a new day.
It's about changing the approach, not based on input and top-down, but on grassroots, bottom-up.
Please welcome Centennial Institute 1776 scholars Benjamin Meyer and Benjamin Ellison.
Good morning, everyone. Please bow your heads with me in prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for blessing us with the ability to assemble here today in your name. Let us be of an open mind, willing and ready to hear those speaking this weekend. Let us not get caught up in personal bias and opinion, but rather let us focus on your truth. Lord, bless those serving us militarily at home and abroad. We ask for protection for those that live to protect our liberties. We thank you for their sacrifice and for their family sacrifice to this great nation. Thank you for safety on Friday, and bless us with safety for the remainder of the summit. Bless those speaking today. Let your wisdom shine through their words. Give them a calming presence as they share their ideas and principles to those in attendance. Use this summit, these speakers, and this audience to glorify you, our Lord. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Centennial Institute 1776 scholar Stephen Scheffel.
In June of 2015, the Supreme Court mistook itself to be Congress and ignored democratically elected state legislatures and legalized same-sex marriage for the entirety of the United States. While this ruling was a blow to federalism and traditional values, the fight is not yet over. At the forefront of this fight, against the ever-expanding federal government and the rigid dogma of the regressive left, is our next speaker, Dr. Ryan T. Anderson. Dr. Anderson received his bachelor's degree from Princeton University, where he graduated magna cum laude. And in the fall, I have the privilege of attending law school at the same institution where Dr. Anderson received his master's and doctorate degrees in political philosophy at the University of Notre Dame. Hashtag Go Irish. At the University of Notre Dame, he wrote his doctoral dissertation titled Neither Liberal Nor Libertarian, A Natural Law Approach to Social Justice and Economic Rights. Dr. Anderson currently researches and writes about marriage and religious liberty as the William E. Simon Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. He is also the founder and editor of Public Discourse, the online journal of the Witherspoon Institute of Princeton, New Jersey. Dr. Anderson is an accomplished author as he wrote Truth Overruled, The Future of Marriage and Religious Freedom. He also co-wrote the book, What is Marriage? Man and Woman, A Defense. Dr. Anderson is so well respected that Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito cited What is Marriage twice in his dissenting opinion on the Federal Defense of Marriage Act case in 2013, and Justice Clarence Thomas cited Anderson's research in a dissenting opinion in the 2015 Supreme Court marriage case. Dr. Anderson has done news interviews ranging from MSNBC to Fox News, and his work has appeared in major newspapers, including the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, as well as scholarly publications such as the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy. Dr. Anderson's recent work at the Heritage Foundation focuses on the constitutional questions surrounding same-sex marriage. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Ryan T. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction, and thank you for everyone who is here so bright and early on a Saturday morning. I'm afraid that I'm the bearer of bad news, so we're going to start this Saturday morning off with some rather unpleasant reflections on where things have gone for the past few years and where things are likely to go. The major consequence of the Supreme Court's Obergefell decision redefining marriage in all 50 states will be to marriage itself. The major consequence to the government redefining what a natural institution of civil society, marriage, is, will be to future generations of husbands and wives and of children. It'll be to future generations how they understand what marriage is and what marriage requires. I want to talk first today, though, about the secondary consequence of the Obergefell decision. The secondary consequence, which will happen much more immediately. It won't be what happens to your children and your grandchildren, how they understand marriage, how they live out marriage. It'll be happening to you, to your charities, to your churches, to your schools, to your businesses. These will be the consequences to religious liberty and the rights of conscience. Because what we've seen even before the Supreme Court announced its decision, we saw a pivot from the activists on the LGBT left. They issued a report titled Beyond Marriage Equality. This was back 2 Decembers ago. They had assumed that they were going to win at the Supreme Court, and they wanted to go beyond what they called marriage equality, and they wanted to modify every federal anti-discrimination law that prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, and they wanted to add the phrase sexual orientation and gender identity. That acronym SOGI is the cause of many of the religious liberty disputes that I'll be discussing this morning, and that's been their big ask from this current Congress, and they've been working in many state houses and in city halls throughout the nation to get these policies enacted at the local, the state, and the federal level. So first, there was a pivot to eliminating dissent. If you believe the truth about marriage, that it's the union of a man and a woman, some activists on the left will come after you in a variety of ways. And then second, they pivoted to the T. After achieving success on the LGB part of the LGBT acronym, it seemed like overnight the T was now a primetime dinner conversation and was now orthodoxy within a certain political party. No longer was this the type of issue that reasonable people needed to have time to discuss and deliberate about. It was now orthodoxy within one of the major parties. So let me start by going through just some of the problems that we've already seen and that we're likely to see. In the past several years, we've seen Christian charities, particularly adoption agencies, forced to shut down, forced to get out of the adoption space because they believe children deserve both a mother and a father. And the government said, no, you're now discriminating on the basis of sexual orientation against same-sex married couples. And unless you place orphan children with married moms and dads on the same exact basis as you do with married mothers and fathers, you're violating our sexual orientation non-discrimination ordinance, and we won't give you a license to run an adoption agency unless you abide by this government regulation. So the first place where this took place was Boston. Boston Catholic Charities Adoption Agencies was forced to stop taking care of these needy children. They had the best track record in the state of Massachusetts, helping to place the hardest to place children into loving homes. Lots of people want to adopt newborn babies. They're cute and they're cuddly. Not as many people want to adopt 11-year-old boys with behavioral problems. And yet Catholic Charities was able to get more families to be more generous, to open their hearts and their homes to more children. Chalk that up either to grace or to Catholic guilt. But one way or the other, the Catholic agency was more successful than the government-run agency. And you only have to imagine what your experience is like at the DMV when you renew your driver's license, and you might be able to understand why a family would want the option of going to the Catholic adoption agency rather than the DMV of Child Protective Services. And yet in Massachusetts, in Illinois, in San Francisco, and in Washington, D.C., where I have to live, the government has told these religious agencies they can no longer operate their charity according to their beliefs about what's in the best interest of needy children. This does nothing to help the kids, does nothing to help women who face unplanned pregnancies, who want the option of placing their child up for adoption with a faith-based agency that's going to help that child find a loving family according to their values. All it does is score a point for political correctness. Shutting down adoption agencies helps no one except a radical liberal agenda on LGBT issues. We've then seen the same thing take place with schools. An evangelical school outside of Boston, Gordon College, spent the past year being investigated by their accrediting agency as to whether or not they would remain an accredited 4-year liberal arts college, because they have a campus policy that says we expect chastity from all students. That every student, every member of the Gordon community is expected to live by the Christian virtue of chastity. They're an evangelical school. It's not an unreasonable expectation. It's my understanding that CCU has a similar campus policy, so it's only a matter of time before the accrediting agency comes knocking on your door. Thankfully, the president of Gordon College fought this, and he fought it very prudently and strategically, and he got the accrediting agency to back down for now. The letter that they issued at the end of their year-long investigation said, at this time, the accrediting agency see no reason to revoke their accreditation. But the American Bar Association this year announced that it was investigating Brigham Young University's law school. They have a similar policy, and someone had complained saying that the ABA should remove the Bar Association's accreditation of BYU's law school because they, quote, discriminate against gays and lesbians by having a chastity policy on campus. During oral arguments at the Supreme Court, in the case that was mentioned in my introduction, Justice Alito asked the Solicitor General of the United States, what's going to happen to the nonprofit tax status of Christian schools who continue to teach that marriage is the union of a man and a woman and who continue to have campus policies that reflect that truth? And the Solicitor General gave a chilling response. He says, I don't deny it, Justice Alito, that's going to be an issue. I don't deny it, it's going to be an issue. What he could have said was that, of course not, Justice Alito. We'll never treat Christian schools who believe marriage is the union of a man and a woman the way that we treat racist schools who are against interracial marriage. That was the example that Justice Alito had brought up, the Bob Jones University case, where the IRS stripped Bob Jones University of its nonprofit tax status because it had a policy against interracial dating. And Alito said, is the same thing going to happen to hundreds of Christian schools that teach marriage is the union of a man and a woman? And what the Solicitor General could have said was, this is nothing like racism, we'd never treat them that way, but he didn't. He held it open so that whether it's the remainder of this administration or whether it's the next 8 years of the next administration, they could play that card if it became an opportune time. So we've had the charities, we've had the schools, and then of course we've had the wedding professionals, the bakers, the florists, the photographers. Here we have people of faith who are living their vocations in the marketplace, trying to run their businesses in accordance with their beliefs, trying to bring glory to God in their occupational vocations. They've had no problem employing gay people. They've had no problem serving gay people. If you want to get a happy birthday cake and you're gay, they have no problem. If you want get well soon flowers, no problem. It was only when they were asked to do same-sex wedding flowers or to bake the same-sex wedding cake that these professionals said, I can't do that. It would force me to violate my conscience. I can't use my God-given artistic gifts and talents to help celebrate what I believe tells a lie about God's institution of marriage. And they've been sued. They more or less have lost all of these lawsuits thus far. In one case, there's a 71-year-old grandmother in Washington State who's been sued in both her professional and her personal capacity because she declined to make flowers for a same-sex couple for their wedding. Even though she had been selling them flowers for a decade. She knew they were a gay couple. She had no problem doing flowers for any other occasion. She just couldn't do the wedding flowers. Even though she's had gay employees work at her floral studio, none of that was good enough. Unless she violated her beliefs about marriage, she couldn't operate in Washington State. And so she's been sued. She's lost the first round of her lawsuit. She's filed an appeal. The reason I mentioned that she's been sued in both her professional and personal capacity is that in the neighboring state of Oregon, you have a young evangelical couple, Aaron and Melissa Klein, that run a bakery. They were sued because they declined to bake a same-sex wedding cake. They were forced to pay $135,000 in fines. They were also forced to shut down their bakery. And the husband now works as a trash collector, supporting his wife and their 4 children, making half what they used to make when they were entrepreneurs running a small bakery. So whether you're a fiscal conservative or a social conservative, whether you're a libertarian, whether you are a devout believer, everyone should have an interest in making sure that whatever you think about marriage, people are free to disagree, free to lead their lives in accordance with their beliefs about marriage, free to make their way in the marketplace according to their beliefs, free to run their schools in accordance with their beliefs, not the government's beliefs, free to run their charities in accordance with their beliefs, not the government's beliefs. And yet this isn't happening on this question. And so it raises the issue of why. And so I want to suggest that if you turn back the clock to 1973, shortly after Roe v. Wade, we were in a similar cultural moment. The Supreme Court had just struck down laws in all 50 states that protected unborn human life. There were activists on the left who said every hospital and every doctor and every nurse should have to perform abortions. And the activists lost. In that cultural situation, pro-lifers were able to make common cause with reasonable pro-choicers to say if the Supreme Court has just created a constitutional right for a woman to choose to have an abortion, Congress needs to protect the right for a pro-life doctor and nurse to choose not to perform an abortion. That choice would need to be a two-way street on this question. And so in June of 1973, the Church Amendment was passed by Congress. The Church Amendment's not named for stone buildings with stained glass windows and steeples. It's named for the Democratic senator from Idaho, Frank Church. And what Senator Church said, he said, we're going to make sure that the federal government never penalizes a Catholic hospital or an evangelical doctor or a Mormon nurse because they believe in the sanctity of life and therefore they refuse to participate in abortion. It's what has made it possible 43 years later for evangelicals and Catholics and Mormons and other pro-life Americans to be active in the medical professions. There was an attempt to force these people out of the medical professions to make an abortion litmus test, and the activists lost. The question now is, will the activists win or lose as they try to force people who believe the truth about marriage, that it's a union of man and woman, out of certain professions, out of certain charitable spaces, out of certain educational opportunities? And they can do this through your licensing, through your tax status, through your accreditation, through government grants and contracts and loans. There's a variety of mechanisms in which they can impose their ideology on sexual matters and say, if you don't agree with the government's point of view, you're going to be marginalized. So why is it that pro-lifers were successful where thus far people who believe that marriage is the union of husband and wife have been unsuccessful? I think here it's a matter of your average secular liberal. Do they view you, if you believe marriage is the union of a man and a woman, the way they view pro-lifers, or do they view you the way that they view racist bigots? And here's what I mean. I was an undergraduate at Princeton. My average classmate disagreed with me about abortion. They were pro-choice, I was pro-life. But my average classmate thought I was reasonable. They at least understood why I believed that the unborn child had a right to life. And because they thought I was reasonable, they were less willing to coerce me, less willing to penalize me, less willing to demonize me. My average classmate at Princeton, despite the best of my efforts for the past several years, does not understand why I believe what I believe about marriage. They think I'm an idiot. They think I'm dangerous. They think I'm evil. They think I'm responsible for the Orlando shooting. That's the way that a secular liberal, who's never gone to church, who's never read the Bible, thinks Christians believe about marriage. And we're somewhat to blame for this, because what they know about marriage is what they've heard from the Westboro Baptist Church. If all you have ever heard about Christianity and marriage is God hates fags, the Westboro Baptist Church sign that they hold up when they protest funerals, what are you likely to believe about Christians and about same-sex marriage? You're likely to say these people are evil, these people are stupid, these people are responsible for great harm in our country, and these people must be stopped. So the challenge now for us is to say, what can we do to reach out to reasonable people on the left, people who might disagree with us about the definition of marriage, to say that this is an issue on which reasonable people can disagree, and that America is a big enough country to have space for both of us, that we can agree to disagree on this question, and that the baker should be free to bake a same-sex marriage cake if they want to, but should also be free to not be forced to bake a same-sex marriage cake. That liberal religious schools should be free to promote same-sex marriage, but conservative religious schools should be free not to have to. So if you belong to a liberal church, you can do what you want to do in revisionist theology, but if you belong to a traditionalist church, orthodoxy shouldn't now be discriminated against by the government. If your charity wants to be doing LGBT adoptions and you want to have transgender bathrooms, you can be free to do that, but if you don't want to be forced to do that, the government shouldn't be coercing you. Let me go one step deeper as to why these challenges now. And I think this will tie in nicely with some of the other talks at this weekend's summit. I want to say there have been 3 changes in American culture in the past 50 years or so that explain why the pro-lifers had success where pro-marriage people have not. And it'll help, I think, to give us a roadmap on what we need to do as conservative intellectuals, conservative activists, conservative movement leaders. Here are 3 changes that need to be responded to. And it explains why we're having these challenges now. The first is that we've had a change in religion. We've had 2 changes in religion, one from without and one from within. The change from without is the rise of secularism. That's what my former boss, Richard John Newhouse, called the naked public square. We've seen in the past 40, 50 years that religious voices are no longer welcome in the public square. The assumption is that religion is just something that you do privately inside the 4 walls of your house, inside the 4 walls of your chapel, that it has no bearing on public life. And therefore, you can't bring your values to the public square. This has also resulted in the free exercise of religion being redefined as the freedom of worship. If religion is simply what you do inside the 4 walls of your home, the 4 walls of your chapel, then it's just freedom of worship, and even the nuns don't deserve to be protected in the context of the HHS mandate. Right? So if religion doesn't include taking care of the sick, the poor, and the elderly, the way that the Little Sisters of the Poor do, they're protected inside of their chapel, they're protected inside of their homes, they're not protected when they run a nursing home or a hospice center. That's the current position of the Obama administration. But of course, it hasn't just been a change from outside of religious communities. There's been a change inside of American religion itself. And I think the best book on this is Ross Douthat's Bad Religion. From within the Protestant side of the line, you've seen that the mainline churches became the old line churches, and now they're the sideline churches. We've had the collapse of the mainline churches. We've then seen a new generation of evangelicals who are somewhat hesitant to step into the public square. They want to be liked, they want to be socially acceptable, so they're less willing to engage in these public issues. On the Catholic side of the aisle, we've seen what could be called the spirit of Vatican II, the fracturing of the Catholic Church after the Second Vatican Council between kind of liberal Catholics and John Paul II Catholics. So even within religious communities themselves, these issues have been fracturing the church. The result is what the Notre Dame sociologist Christian Smith calls moralistic therapeutic deism. It's an understanding of which probably many of your children and grandchildren just think that there's a kind of God up in the sky. He mainly just wants us to be nice people, and he's there for when we need him to help us. But he's not a God that places demands on us. He's not a God that holds us to standards. And so when Newman said that conscience has rights because conscience has duties, it's much harder to explain the duties of conscience. And if you don't understand the concept of duties, it's not surprising that we have a generation that's not taking conscience rights very seriously. The second change, though, is the growth of the state. If James Madison or Thomas Jefferson were around today and they heard about the baker, the florist, the photographer, if they heard about the Little Sisters of the Poor, the first thing they said wouldn't be First Amendment to the Constitution. It wouldn't be religious liberty. The first thing they would say is, what authorizes the Secretary of Health and Human Services to say that every healthcare plan in America has to cover 20 FDA-approved abortion-causing drugs and devices? That would be their first question. Their next question would be, what is the FDA and what is the Department of Health and Human Services? That would be the second question. And then the third question would be, and why is it that Congress never even voted on these issues? Why is it that an unelected bureaucrat could just issue a mandate and then force the nuns to spend 5 years in court trying to recover their rights? What we've seen in the past 50 years is a growth of government, more regulation. And as you have the government regulating more aspects of our lives, it's more likely that it violates our rights, including our religious liberty rights. At one point in the United States, we had a presumption of freedom, and the presumption was that we are free to do what we want to do, and government has to justify why it's burdening our freedom. Today, we see a presumption of government activity, and then we have to defend why we should be left free. The presumption is that the HHS mandate is a good thing. The nuns need to prove why they deserve to be exempted from it. It's turned the nature of the relationship between the citizen and the state upside down. And then lastly, we've had a change in sexuality. It's not surprising that today all of the religious liberty cases that are controversial involve sex in one way or another. They're about pharmacists having to dispense morning after pills in Washington state. They're about nuns having to pay for abortion-causing drugs and devices. They're about bakers and florists and photographers having to help celebrate same-sex weddings. So whether it's contraception or abortion or same-sex marriage, one after another, these are what these issues today seem to be hinging on. If you put these together, the ACLU isn't against religious liberty when it means a Muslim inmate gets to grow a half-inch beard. The ACLU is not against religious liberty when it means that the Amish get to homeschool their children. The ACLU is not against religious liberty when it means Native Americans get to ingest peyote. The ACLU is against religious liberty when it means a conservative Christian might get to not have to dispense the morning after pill, or not have to pay for abortion, or not have to help celebrate a same-sex wedding. All of those issues where the ACLU has now flip-flopped. They once were in favor of religious liberty. They saw the free exercise of religion as a civil liberty, and they're the American Civil Liberties Union. They're now against it because it puts them on the wrong side of their other agenda, the sexual revolution agenda. So in the time I have left, I want to say a couple of things of what we need to do in response. We have to respond to the changes in religion. And that's one of the things that Colorado Christian University, the sponsor of this summit, is working on. We have various groups trying to rebuild and restore orthodoxy in the United States. We have to respond to the growth of the government. The organization that I work for, the Heritage Foundation, that's what we try to do day in and day out, is to put some limits on what the state is doing. We have to respond to the sexual revolution. This is where groups like the Love and Fidelity Network and the Ruth Institute are trying to show what a more humane understanding of human sexuality looks like. But I want to mention two things in particular. One is that we need to be more political, not less political. There's a certain temptation right now among conservative Christians in the United States that we should disengage from politics. That because we've had this series of setbacks, what we should be doing is just focusing on our own communities and not participating in the democratic process. I think here this is getting it exactly backwards. If anything, we need to become more engaged in the political process, and we need to become more engaged in a more strategic way. To the best of my understanding, there is no national C4 or Super PAC or 527 engaged in the religious liberty debate. The people who are defending religious liberty tend to be at C3s. They tend to be at public interest law firms like the Beckett Fund and the Alliance Defending Freedom. They tend to be pastors. And so what we have are a bunch of non-political operators trying to win a political fight in addition to a cultural and legal fight. So we have the cultural part, we have the pastors involved, we have the think tankers involved, we have the legal part, we have the lawyers involved. We don't have anyone who can engage in direct political action. Look at all of the other special interest groups. They have C4s, they have 527s, they have super PACs. They don't just ask you to do the right thing. They say if you do the wrong thing, we're going to make you pay consequences. Conservatives, social conservatives in particular, need to get involved in politics in that sort of a way. And then lastly, we can't just retreat to religious liberty. The religious liberty battle, whether it's on transgender bathrooms, whether it's on same-sex marriage, whether it's now being relitigated on the abortion issue, will be won or lost depending on whether or not we're willing to defend the substance of the beliefs that we seek the freedom to live out. Saying, leave me alone to be a bigot is not a winning strategy. Because what we believe on these issues isn't bigotry. What we believe on these issues is the truth. And so unless we're willing to make public arguments And so I'll just close by saying, unless we're willing to make public arguments in the public square in defense of the truth, we have no reason to think that we'll have the freedom to live by the truth in years to come. Thank you.
Please welcome the host of the Craig Silverman Show, heard on KNUS, Craig Silverman.
Everybody. What a world, what a day, what a life, what a pleasure it is to be able to address you, especially about Frank Gaffney. I love the Western Conservative Summit. Through the years, I've had the pleasure of introducing a lot of interesting people. Herd Builders, about 4 or 5 years ago, who wrote a great book, Marked for Death. He's a Dutch politician. What courage this summit has to bring a speaker like that. Last year, I had the honor on Saturday night of introducing Ben Carson. And that was quite an event. And as you recall, Ben Carson won the straw poll 2 years running. And I did something a little self-serving before that speech. I said I'd like everybody to join me on Sunday on the west steps of the Capitol to protest something called the Iran nuke deal. I hated that deal, just hated it. And you know, I invited a lot of people. We had a great turnout. But as I'm on the west steps and I'm introducing people, I see a man walk up that I recognize because he's a national figure. He wasn't on the program, but I said, would you like to be? And he said, I would. His name was Frank Gaffney. He worked for the Reagan administration. Nobody has fought longer or harder against things like the Iran nuke deal than Frank Gaffney, and he earns my respect. Every time he's on my station with Hugh Hewitt, and occasionally with me, I turn up the radio because he has interesting things to say. And in the wake of the tragedy that happened in Orlando, where 49 people got shot down at a gay dance club, nobody wants to talk about radical Islam, but Frank Gaffney is not afraid to do it. Or to say what I'm telling you right now, that this country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, that the Obama-Clinton administration decided to give $150 billion to, they hang gay people. They don't just hang them in private, they hang them from big cranes so everybody can see how the government operates there. And we gave them $150 billion. What do you think they want to do to us? Frank Gaffney knows, and he's about to tell you, I give you the distinguished Frank Gaffney.
Good morning, Summiteers. What a privilege to be here, and I have to say, I understand that I am the only person who can say that I have been to each of these summits as a speaker. I am just incredibly honored. I want to say thank you to Jeff Hunt for making that so, and also to his predecessor, my dear friend John Andrews, for the honor that he bestowed on me last year of the Stephen Long Award. I just can't tell you how much this summit and the fact that you're here to talk about this issue means to me, and I hope will mean to you. I'm going to go through a lot of material very quickly. The beauty of the live streaming and videotaping and so on is that you can go to the videotape if it goes too fast, but bear with me and let's see what we can do to get this done. A lot of people have made reference to this quote. It is one of my favorites. I had the privilege of serving President Reagan and fighting, in a small way, the last generation's existential threat against Soviet communism. Let's talk about what ours is. We have some confusion on this point, I think it's fair to say. The guy on the left talked about it as terrorism. The guy on the right is insisting on calling it violent extremism. I want to figure out what that means. Well, these are certainly violent extremists, aren't they? They're killing Christians here and in a lot of other places. But they're not alone. They have counterparts in this country. We're told they're lone wolves. They're not. They're individual jihadists, and we're going to have to call them that and address what they're about. They're not doing this in isolation, either the Islamic State or their outrunners here. Here are some examples, and this is hardly an exhaustive list, of other violent extremist groups. What do these guys all have in common? This is an unmentionable word. You're literally not allowed to say this in official Washington. But Sharia is the DNA of all of these Islamic supremacists. It's what they ultimately share, whether they're of the Sunni stripe or of the Shiite stripe. They are not representing all Muslims. A good friend of mine, a man I'm sure you've seen on Fox and elsewhere, Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, is leading a Muslim reform movement, and he explicitly says Sharia is man-made law. This is apostasy for those who believe otherwise, who believe that it is dictated by God, including a lot of these characters and what they're trying to do in the West as well as in Muslim majority lands to impose Sharia on Muslims and non-Muslims alike. What is it? Well, it's got a patina of religiosity, to be sure. By some estimates, it's 10%, but what's the rest of it? The rest of it, ladies and gentlemen, is a brutally repressive, totalitarian, political, military, and legal program. It is meant to govern all aspects of a Muslim's life, but it is also meant to govern the entire world. If we get this right, if we understand that that's the connective tissue, that's what's animating these folks, we have a chance of doing something about it, because frankly that means it isn't a religion. Sharia is something we have laws that protect us against if we can use them rather than protect Sharia as a religion as some, notably the Obama administration, would have us do. What else do these guys have in common? What is it that everyone who embraces Sharia, again, not all Muslims, but every Muslim who does, what else do they have in common? They have jihad. A quick primer on jihad. You, of course, all are familiar with this iconic image of one of the worst attacks in this country, in our history, in the name of jihad. That was what was going on here, as Craig mentioned earlier, as well, and in a lot of other places besides. But, ladies and gentlemen, jihad has some other manifestations. It's not just violence. If I leave you with one thought, it's that. It's not just violence. Here's an example. We're seeing a lot of it in Europe at the moment. The Obama administration is intent on trying to expand it here as well. At latest count, there's something like 300 Syrians who are being brought into this country every day as refugees. Do we know that they're Sharia adherent? No. Do we know that they're jihadists? No. They come from a country in which both of those are traditions. Could they be? Absolutely. And when the FBI director says he can't tell whether they are or whether they're not, that ought to give all of us pause. It ought to cause a pause in their immigration as well. Then there's this, zakat. Zakat is a term for obligatory contributions. There are 8 prescribed purposes for zakat, at least one. By some counts, 4 of the 8 involve supporting jihad. Think about it. Material support for jihad is what's at work here. Let me just turn to what I consider to be the single most important of the other kinds of jihad besides the violent kind. It is practiced by the Muslim Brotherhood, the image of which is here. They call it civilization jihad. It is stealthy, it is seditious, and it is considered every bit as legitimate as the violent kind of jihad, as the hijra, as the zakat. It's what you do when you're not strong enough to use violence. This little book, ladies and gentlemen, and we will have it available, or at least you can order it if you choose to, outside. You can also get it as a download for free. Think about it, for free from securefreedom.org. At that website, you will find a little bit of its story. It has in this document, which is written by a top Muslim Brotherhood official, about the civilization jihad, this mission statement. It makes absolutely clear the purpose of the Muslim Brotherhood is to destroy Western civilization from within. By our hands, meaning yours and mine, and our elected representatives, as well as by the hands of the believers. Why? So that God's religion, Allah's religion, can be made victorious over all other religions. Those are not my words. This was introduced into evidence in the largest terrorism financing trial in U.S. history. 4 federal judges affirmed, implicitly if not explicitly, its authenticity and used it to convict 5 fundraisers, zakat, fundraisers for the designated terrorist organization Hamas right in Dallas. What does this have to do with the situation, the existential threat we're facing? Well, this program of subversive, stealthy penetration and takedown is operating. It's in fact been at work for 50 years, ladies and gentlemen. Most in our government have no idea. In fact, I'm going to come back to that point in a moment. And I dare say most of you didn't know the extent to which this has been going on and the corrosive effect it has had on our war effort to try to protect ourselves here as well as our interests and allies abroad against these Islamic supremacists. I want to emphasize that one of the things that the Muslim Brotherhood has been about, and again, you don't have to take my word for it, it's what they say they're doing, is building infrastructure inside our country, just as they've done in Europe. You know, when you hear these violent jihadists, extremists, if you will, have blown something up, it's always the case. It's always the case that they have been associated with a radical mosque. Of course, we're told that that has no bearing on anything, and the people in the mosque say they never saw them. They don't know how this could happen. He was such a nice fellow if they knew him at all. This is known as taqiyya, ladies and gentlemen. And to the extent that those mosques are virtually, if not actually without exception, organizations that have been built in our country by the Muslim Brotherhood, often with funding from Saudi Arabia, they pose a threat, at least an incipient threat, a civilization jihadist threat. Under the influence of the Muslim Brotherhood, which has not only gotten mosques built, but has gotten inside the wire of our government, we've had platitudes like these, served up by the guy on the left and the guy on the right. Both are wrong. It's not that Islam or all people who subscribe to Islam are involved in warfare, but under Sharia, that's what they're supposed to be engaged in. Jihad, holy war, in one fashion or another. And whether we think we're at war with them, they are, as you may have noticed, at war with us. With the penetration of our government has come something that I believe, as I indicated earlier, contributed materially to the confusion about what we're dealing with here. I want to just walk you through very quickly how this is translated into kind of what I think of as the official paradigm of the United States government. You see over there on the left this relatively small group of people that are described as people who are hijacking or perverting or otherwise misconstruing and misrepresenting the religion of peace. They, it's acknowledged by our government, are the enemy. They're violent extremists. But they have nothing to do with the program, the beliefs of the people on the right side of that line, which is the fault line of violence. And all those folks on the right side of that line are our friends, or people that we can safely work with and take counsel from, including these folks, who we're endlessly told are nonviolent and therefore are on the right side of the line and should be people who are arbiters of what we can know, what we can say, what we can do about Sharia supremacism. Well, what does that mean? That means they get to say, actually, there is a greater threat of violent extremism than even that one that might somehow be connected to their faith, namely what you represent. You conservatives and constitutionalists and Jenny Beth Martin and the Tea Party movement. And anybody have a gun? Well, you are a violent extremist, at least incipiently. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment, too. Here's the right paradigm, ladies and gentlemen, and if I leave you with one thought out of all of this, I hope this is it. There is a large group of people. I don't know exactly how large relative to the other, but divided by Sharia, you have on the one side, on the left, those who absolutely think Sharia is the word of God. It is their duty to fulfill its various mandates, ruthlessly, if possible, violently, and if not, through migration or colonization, through zakat, or through civilization jihad. Now, on the other side of that fault line, and again, I don't know exactly how large relative to the first, those on the left, the violent types, the right side are. But let's just say for the purpose of discussion, it's probably millions of people around the world, maybe hundreds of millions of Muslims, who don't know anything about Sharia. Many of them are illiterate, wouldn't know what's in the Quran if they had to, their lives depended upon reciting it. But the guys whose lives are about reciting it, the guys whose lives are about implementing it, are on that other side. And guess where the Muslim Brotherhood is? They're on the wrong side of the right paradigm. And so to the extent that we are taking counsel from them on anything, to the extent we're legitimating them, we're empowering them We're emboldening them. Under the Obama administration, we've been arming them and funding them. This is madness, ladies and gentlemen. They are the enemy, not our allies. This was brought home very powerfully just this week. I don't know how many of you caught it, because, of course, the mainstream media is determined to exhibit what Senator Ted Cruz displayed in a powerful 3-hour hearing of his Judiciary Oversight Subcommittee in the Senate on Tuesday. Namely, willful blindness. This is a term that my friend and somebody I hope you know and admire as much as I, Andy McCarthy, coined for his book of the same title. What Senator Cruz displayed by taking testimony from Andy McCarthy and a former Department of Homeland Security whistleblower by the name of Phil Haney, author of a marvelous book called See Something, Say Nothing. Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, I mentioned earlier, a Muslim reformer. And also Chris Gaubatz, a man who's an activist who's gone undercover inside some of these Muslim Brotherhood front organizations, like the Council on American-Islamic Relations, and exposed their relations to the Saudis, and exposed their part in the jihad. So what Senator Cruz demonstrated unmistakably is our government has been subverted by this willful blindness, by being told and accepting what they're told from the Muslim Brotherhood, their partners in countering violent extremism, as though that's the only problem that we have, or even the most important of those problems. A colleague of mine and I, Claire Lopez, have recently written a book on the subject, sort of a companion to Phil Haney's firsthand account, called See No Sharia, Countering Violent Extremism and the Disarming of America's First Lines of Defense. Again, you can get this outside, sign up for it, go online, get it for free at securefreedom.org. But this will make you cry, ladies and gentlemen. This documents what has happened to our country. Why 15 years on, we are still so clueless and so ill-prepared to contend with this multifaceted and growing threat here, not just someplace else. Again, the point was brought home in cross-examination by Senator Cruz of the Homeland Security Secretary, Jay Johnson, Thursday of this week, when he actually acknowledged he was willfully blind about what Phil Haney has talked about how his investigations were suppressed, investigations that he believes might have led to the prevention of the attack in San Bernardino, maybe even the attack in Orlando. How he watched as agents of Hillary Clinton in the Department of State and others in his own organization shredded the files, eliminated the records that he had painstakingly compiled of enemies of this country, some of whom are operating inside it. Not only was Jay Johnson contemptuously ignorant of this reality inside his own department, he actually suggested that he didn't care. He rather cared more about what Muslims he talked to. In fact, I think he said, all the Muslims I talked to say, we mustn't say anything about Islam or jihad or Sharia. Well, they also don't want him to make a big deal out of fighting that civilization jihad, you know? They don't want to have him do things that would make it harder for them to help us, as he put it. Folks, that's the Muslim Brotherhood talking. The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security has a small echo chamber which is filled with Muslim Brotherhood operatives telling him to see something, no, see nothing, and more importantly, do nothing about the threat we are facing. And you and I are at greater risk as a result. Finally, let me bring you right up to the minute. On Tuesday of next week, all other things being equal, these two gentlemen, leaders in the United States House of Representatives have in mind actually institutionalizing the arrangements I've just criticized, helping Jay Johnson perpetuate into the next administration, perhaps, the willful blindness, the inability to understand, let alone do anything about this threat. They also, by the way, think they'll buy off the Democrats in their cavilling for gun control. And I don't know if any of this bothers any of you, but it bothers the hell out of me, I've got to tell you. And I hope you'll let these people know, don't even think about it. Finally, here's what we need to do, ladies and gentlemen. We need a policy and a program and a political agenda of what? Of victory over jihad in all of its manifestations, except no substitute. Thank you. God bless you all.
Everyone, please welcome CCU Professor of Politics, Greg Schaller.
Good morning, everybody. I have had the great privilege and honor of teaching at Colorado Christian University since the fall of 2009. Teaching is a very rewarding profession for many reasons, but for me personally, I think the most rewarding thing is sending out our graduates and watching them thrive and flourish. Our next speaker is an example of just that. In my first year of teaching at CCU, I had the pleasure of having Brittany in class. I knew immediately that she was a special student, a serious student, someone who took her work very seriously. She was bright, devoted to the work, loved to engage the subject matter, and she also loved to debate. In fact, there was numerous times when I had to rescue a few of her classmates before she had them in tears. Not only did she love debate, but she loves to win these debates. While at CCU, Brittany was a 1776 scholar with the Centennial Institute, a star on the award-winning CCU debate team, and a leader on the women's soccer team. She graduated with honors in both politics and social science. After graduating CCU in May of 2011, Brittany went to Philadelphia to participate in the Fellows Program at the John Jay Institute. That program has academics in the fall and then an internship in the spring. Brittany interned at the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C. While she was interning, she so impressed her supervisors that they offered her a job before the internship even was concluded. After working at Heritage, she was recruited a few years ago to work at the Friedman Foundation for Educational Choice. President Armstrong has challenged the faculty at CCU to raise up the next leaders. People in the model of William Wilberforce, Florence Nightingale, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, to follow their model of leadership. I'm proud to say that we're doing an outstanding job at that, and Brittany Corona is a perfect example of that. Please join me in welcoming Brittany to the stage.
Thank you, Professor Schaller. He's far too kind, especially in his first year with the grief that I put him through in his class. But it's really due to the professors at Colorado Christian University that I've seen some tremendous students, especially after being the first political science student. I come back home to my alma mater and I'm blown away by the quality students that they have at the university right now. And I know it's because of professors like Greg Schaller, Professor Dr. Leland, and a host of others as well. Following that, a couple days ago, I had the privilege of speaking to the Armstrong Fellows. They're impressive students too, and I think they're appropriately named because it was at Colorado Christian University that I received an excellent education, which made me realize my calling to the public sphere. And this is credited directly to the vision and the leadership of President Bill Armstrong, both for the university and for his investment in my life and each of those fellows over there. His legacy and statesman-like example continues to expand to the next generations of students, all through education. I'm thankful to count myself among you, Armstrong Fellows. But right now, I want to share with you a story about a girl named Tiffany. Tiffany grew up in Anacostia neighborhood of Southeast Washington, D.C. Anacostia is notoriously impoverished with a high crime rate. She lived there with her disabled mother and grandmother, but her biggest role model was her cousin, who was tragically shot and killed when she was just in the 6th grade. Tiffany admired her cousin as a basketball player and as a student. She wanted to step in his shoes and fulfill his dream of going to college, but she knew she needed to get out of her environment to do this. At age 14, Tiffany began looking for private school options on her own, but could not afford college tuition out of pocket. That's when she discovered the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program. With the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, Tiffany was able to go to a private school with the funds that would have been spent on her in the public school. Tiffany applied for the scholarship, was awarded it, and began attending Archbishop Carroll High School. There, she graduated valedictorian of her class, received a scholarship to Syracuse University, completed her bachelor's degree there, and is now on a PhD track in biochemistry. She has 1 year left. The history of the United States tells us that education is the key to opportunity. When Thomas Jefferson inscribed man's natural right to pursue happiness into the Declaration of Independence, he wasn't advocating for entitlements or equal outcomes. Rather, that every man and woman should be free to create the life that they want for themselves. And we've seen these founding principles bear fruit. America has many stories of men and women who were born to the poorest segment of society and climbed to the wealthiest due to their education. Men and women just like Tiffany. Our education system should enable all students in the United States to access this opportunity. But for the majority of students, it doesn't. For the past half century, American education has grown more centralized, limiting opportunity for our nation's students. When President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Elementary and Secondary Education Act into law in 1965 as part of his War on Poverty initiatives, he codified the first major federal intervention into our education system. This set into motion a host of other reforms that further monopolized our system. Since 1970, the federal government has spent over $2 trillion on K-12 education alone, which is only a 10% share of overall education funding. And states have hired 138% more non-teaching administrative staff just to handle the federal regulations that were attached to those laws. But despite this tremendous funding and staffing bloat, academic achievement for our nation's students has remained virtually stagnant. According to the U.S. Department of Education's National Center for Educational Statistics, NAEP scores, National Assessment for Educational Progress, or our nation's report card, lots of acronyms in the Department of Ed, only 26% of our high school seniors are proficient in math, and 38% are proficient in reading. That's a failure. American education has hit a crossroads. One direction continues the status quo of increased centralization and monopolization of our education system with zero outcome measures to show for it. The other direction reverses course by placing accountability for a child's education back in the hands of the parents. The second path is school choice. Conceived by Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman in his 1955 essay, Free to Choose, school choice separates the financing of education from its delivery by empowering parents with the dollars that would have been spent on the child had they gone to public school to be directed toward private school choice. School choice, therefore, pushes back the narrative of increased government centralization of our education system and opens a door to a marketplace of learning options. And data show that school choice increases academic achievement levels and attainment levels for our nation's students. It also increases those levels for students remaining in the public school due to competitive market pressures placed upon the system. Public schools now have to compete for students, you see, and parents are voting with their feet. School choice takes 4 forms: vouchers, tax credit scholarships, personal use tax credits, and education savings accounts. Vouchers allow parents to, vouchers are actually what Tiffany was able to use the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program. They allow parents to direct a portion of the funds that would have been spent on the child's public school to be directed towards a private school of choice. Tax credit scholarships allow individuals and corporations to direct money towards a scholarship granting organization, which then hands out scholarships for students to attend a private school of choice. Personal use tax credit scholarships allow parents to pay out of pocket and then being reimbursed for those expenses through tax deductions. But education savings accounts are the real innovation in school choice right now. They are something like a voucher, but they allow parents to receive a deposit of the funds that would have been spent on their child in the state into a government-authorized restricted use savings account to be directed towards a host of multiple learning options, including private school tuition, online learning, curricula, textbooks, AP courses, etc. Parents can even roll over unused funds from year to year and into a college savings account, enabling lifelong learning. I've had the pleasure of meeting a young man named Max Ashton in Arizona. He was able to access the first education savings account program that was established by the state in 2011. Max is legally blind, but with his ESA was able to pay for tuition at Griffey College Preparatory Academy, buy Braille textbooks, a talking computer, and save over $6,000 for his college tuition at Loyola Marymount University, where he's now attending. That's the innovation of education savings accounts, and more states are noticing. In 2015, Nevada broke new ground in education reform when they established the first near-universal education savings account program. By August of this year, nearly every student in the state of Nevada, any student who's been publicly school educated for at least 100 days, has access to an education savings account. It's truly innovative. This innovation bursts new opportunities for civil society to respond to the demand of parents looking for quality options. In his famous work, Capitalism and Freedom, Milton Friedman wrote, "Not all education is schooling, and not all schooling is education. The proper subject of concern is education." What education savings accounts allow us to do is take us from school choice to educational choice, because now parents are able to fully customize a child's educational experience, tailoring it to their individual needs, which is the conviction of school choice. As of 2016, there are now 61 private school choice programs operating in 30 states in the District of Columbia. That's nearly double the amount that there was in 2010. Nearly 400,000 students are now accessing private school choice measures through the different vouchers, tax credits, ESAs, etc. Each year, more states consider proposals to expand education opportunity to students in their states through school choice. Not just for some students, but for all students. This is the precedent Nevada set, is that every student should have access to these accounts. This is tremendous growth for school choice nationally. And with these expansions, more students like Tiffany are able to realize the American dream, set forth to us by our American founders, and climb the ladder of opportunity to a quality education.
Please welcome the host of the Jimmy Sengenberger Show, heard on KNUS, Jimmy Sengenberger.
Good morning. I have 2 minutes up here, and I'm a radio host with a 3-hour show. We like to call this in radio being up against a hard break. You know, Ronald Reagan once said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was like in the United States where men were free. These words are seminal because they speak to undying truths, eternal truths, that liberty, freedom, and the principles of the Constitution must be passed on to generation after generation. This is a call to duty for each and every one of us in this room to take what we learn and go speak to the next generation and engage them in the political process by educating and going forward to say, you can participate, you can make a difference. There's one young man who's doing just that on 1,100 high school and college campuses throughout the country. Charlie Kirk is the founder and executive director of Turning Point USA, an organization that is dedicated to advancing the cause of liberty, free market principles, the Constitution, and all those tenets that we hold so dear here at the Western Conservative Summit on high school and college campuses across the country. It is incredible to see a 22-year-old young man make such a difference in states throughout the country, and to have an incredible staff of, I think, more than 70 people throughout the country. It is wonderful and an honor to be able to introduce to you Charlie Kirk, the founder and executive director of Turning Point USA. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you, Jimmy, for that kind introduction. Honored to be here this morning. So I'm from Illinois, and the really cool thing about Illinois, unlike most states, is we have term limits. 1 term in office, 1 term in jail. It's a little bit different than most. So I was born and raised in Chicago. My grandmother was a lifelong Republican. She passed away in the early 90s, and she's been voting Democrat ever since. So we know the whole process of vote early and vote often. I wish I could say that what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now is anything but Chicago mob politics. But you're seeing exactly what we have lived through over the last 30, 40 years. So I run a national student organization that advocates for free markets and limited government on college and high school campuses across the country. And a lot of our young activists are here at the conference. They'll be wearing red polos, or if you see the big signs that say, I know some people think it's harsh language, but wait till you hear what they say to us. Big government sucks, that's us, and they're walking around. Please engage them. These are the young patriots that are doing the work that is necessary to fight back against the intolerant left on our campuses. So give them some recognition. What is going on right now is a fight for freedom versus slavery, capitalism versus socialism. But especially amongst younger Americans, what I find to be most dreadfully ironic is you see a lot of these young people embrace Bernie Sanders, and never before in human history has a cohort of a generation so shamelessly enjoyed the fruits of the free market while simultaneously using those devices to bash it. And so you have young folks that are at Bernie Sanders rallies, you know, socialism, this is what democracy looks like. And then they turn around and, hey, do you want to go take an Uber to go to Starbucks and let's watch Netflix later? And hey, tweet about that too, you know? And I just can't stand this capitalism thing. It's just so bad. I can't believe my Amazon Prime didn't come in 24 hours or less. Who are these people? Because they've never been taught what free markets really is. And so it's rather remarkable because, and one of the founding fathers, I think it was Thomas Jefferson, liberty breeds apathy. And our generation has it so good and has devices improving so fast and our standard of living rising so dramatically that we know nothing but to see our lives get better. And they just think this happens. You know, the younger generation needs to be reminded and told and quite frankly educated that free markets and free people are a necessary precedent to people's lives getting better. And not every country in the world is able to experience that sort of flourishing, that prosperity, and that sort of standard of living increase. And so one of my favorite things to do is, you know, we met some friends out there. There were a lot of interesting characters out there with Donald Trump signs, so we went out there and made a couple friends. And you start talking to them, we just started chanting like, Venezuela. They didn't quite get that. So, right over their head. They're like, everything's free over there. And and they have nothing to give out, and no toilet paper, and no beer, and no food, and they're all dying. But anyway, so you see a lot of these young college socialists, and the one thing that we have found is, despite their seeming fervor and intensity for these beliefs and these ideas, is as soon as they are confronted with truth, it is incredible how quick the whole socialist facade drops. And that is exactly what Turning Point USA is doing on college campuses across the country every single day, with passionate and energetic young people fighting against the socialistic dominance on our college campuses. So when I first started this organization in 2012, and we've been blessed with absolutely incredible staff and leaders that have invested in our organization and believed that this sort of enterprise could grow. I went to a college campus about 9 months ago, and I encountered something I didn't even know existed. And I hope to educate everyone in this room, and some of you might have heard of it, this thing called safe spaces and like free speech zones. Yeah, and so when I first started this organization in 2012, I never had the privilege or lack thereof of actually going to college, so I was not aware of this. So I go on a college campus 9 months ago, and I start walking by, and they say, we start doing a little demonstration in favor of free markets, and one of those mall cops from the university comes up to us, and he says, no, you have to be in the free speech zone. I said, excuse me? I thought he was like kidding around. Like, what? He's like, no, you got to go to the zone. You have a permit? Permit? And then one of our kind of more sarcastic activists who's here in this room, he said, hey, listen, okay? The First Amendment is this entire country. It's not a zone. And the mall cop didn't take that very kindly. And really, you boil it down, what's going on in our college campuses is they're restricting the First Amendment to pre-prescribed boxes and areas. That you can only say certain words, and you can't trigger those. That's a new thing that is being used in our college campuses. You can't say words that are microaggressions. At University of Wisconsin, I think Eau Claire, they say if you use the term hardworking Americans, or if you work hard enough, you can succeed, that is a microaggression to people that might not have been able to experience that luxury. I'm not kidding. You can't. And the Leadership Institute's campus reform has done amazing work helping unearth a lot of this, because the biases that are going on in our universities, and what is really going on here is the left over 40, 50, 60 years, is they have staked a claim in higher education unlike any other enterprise in the country. Sure, they control media. I hear that all the time. Oh, what are we going to do about the media? They control all the institutions of influence, but the one that matters most, and the one that everyone in this room has to be most focused on, is higher education. Because where do you think the journalists learn all that stuff? Where do you think the Rachel Maddows got indoctrinated? Hillary Clinton was a conservative until she went to college. Yeah, she was a Goldwater girl. Then she went to Wellesley, and yeah, that ended. And people don't actually realize the first internship that Hillary Clinton had when she went to Washington, D.C. was for Ed Fulner, who then started the Heritage Foundation. She was a conservative, and that changed rather quickly. The left controls higher education, and they know that. They've been incredibly successful at indoctrinating our youth. And now what they know to be true, is that there is a resistance movement of liberty-minded, freedom-centric student organizations that are banding together to fight back against these very, very dangerous ideas. And so instead of trying to actually debate and have a discussion and dialogue, they want nothing. They do not want to ever have a discussion. They would rather silence conservatives. They'd rather put them in a box. They'd rather say that you're offending people, that you're triggering them, that you have microaggressions. It's much more easy than to actually use facts and logic and be able to defend your perspectives, your opinions, and your beliefs. And this is what's going on our college campuses. Free speech is being silenced unlike any other time in human history. An organization such as FIRE, the Leadership Institute, our organization, Turning Point USA, we are banding together to fight for the core values that made Western civilization so great. Because that is exactly what we're up against on our college campuses. One of the final things I'll say with you today, which I think is something that I believe was our biggest failure of the last 10 months, and I would be remiss not to mention it. And so, again, I had the great privilege of going on some college campuses and encountering students that were wearing, those Bernie Sanders shirts, and I couldn't resist myself. A couple months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, I went up to him. I said, okay, you love Bernie. What do you love most about Bernie? And he went on this whole tirade. I said, well, what do you dislike about Republicans? Republicans are just old white men. I just Bernie, 74, think he's white. And then I kind of got into this rant, and then I just kind of realized, I did more research. How many people in this room knew that the Republican field that ran was the youngest and most diverse presidential field in American history? Does anyone actually ever say that? We had more candidates under the age of 50 run for president than any other time in American history. 4. There's been 4 Latinos ever to run for president. 2 of them were in this election cycle, Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz. We had the first Indian American. We had one of the only women ever to run for president, and probably the most qualified woman ever to run for president of the United States, in Carly Fiorina, right? We had an unbelievably qualified African-American neurosurgeon who was heralded by the left until he said he was a conservative. They loved him until he actually started speaking truth. Then all of a sudden they threw him under the bus and they called him every single name. We had the most qualified field in the history of American presidential politics. We had more governors. We had more people under the age of 50. Scott Walker, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. Rubio and Cruz are 44, 45. Bernie Sanders is double that. I mean, come on. He's enrolled for Medicare for 15 years. Give me a break. And this guy's winning over young people. What we have to do, and I think it's been one of the biggest failures of this last cycle, is we could have went to the American people. Despite all the craziness and the finger pointing, what I wish we would have done, it's still not too late, because we have the youngest Speaker of the House since 1868. We have the youngest sitting U.S. Senator in Tom Cotton. We have the youngest, most diverse party right now, and a movement that is greater than just one person, than one personality, and one individual that wants to make it all about themselves. And so my charge to you today is make the movement younger, make it more diverse. And that is what our organization focuses on every single day, because we have so much to be proud of. And make this not just a moment, but get our young leaders and to support them and to reinforce them, because we have the youngest, most diverse, most energetic party. And the older guys, they have Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. They're the old, rich, white people, and we're the party of diverse and youth. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Centennial Institute 1776 scholar, Ellen Densmore.
At age 9, Lila Rose saw a picture of an aborted baby in a book, and it struck her to the heart. From that moment, she has been filled with a passion for protecting life, especially the life of the unborn. Lila is a former homeschooler and the third of 8 children. She began giving pro-life presentations to schools and youth groups at age 13. When she was 15, Lila founded Live Action, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization whose stated mission is building a culture of life and ending abortion, the greatest human rights injustice of our time. Live Action works to persuade the public about the sanctity of all human life and uses investigative and undercover journalism to expose abusive and barbaric practices in many Planned Parenthood clinics. Lila has been on many national radio and TV programs, from CNN's Crossfire to Fox News, and her writing has been featured on most major news outlets. She's also been named among Red Alert Politics 30 under 30. One of her favorite compliments comes from an unlikely source. She is a known anti-choice extremist, and her picture is framed on the wall of many abortion clinics. My friends, extremism in the defense of innocent, helpless human life is no vice. So please join me in welcoming Lila Rose.
Good morning, Denver. How's everyone doing? Great? What a great day, even though it's raining outside, but what a great day to be together on behalf of the causes that we care about, and to be together because we love this beautiful country. Don't we live in an amazing country? It's really great. I was watching a little bit of the live stream yesterday. I was in California. I flew in last night, and I know Donald Trump was speaking. I was like, wow, that's a really huge crowd out there, and it's still huge. So you guys are doing great. And I was also just looking around and hearing the response, and even just hearing Charlie speaking just now, a lot of the passion in this room, and a lot of the youthful and the vigor, the energy in this room. And truly, we aren't the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. And our country, it's worth clapping over. And our country desperately needs our leadership. Our country desperately needs our voice. Our country desperately needs the truth that we have to share and the love that we have to bring. That's what I want to talk about with you this morning. There's a lot of amazing and important and crucial issues that we're facing today. As a country, this election is crucial. I remember 4 years ago, the election, people were saying this is the most important election in American history. And they're at it again, saying it again. And every election, it seems, it becomes more crucial, more important. What happens in 2017? Who is going to be in the Oval Office? And who's going to be down ticket? What's the state of our country? And then there's also that deep question of, as politics seem ever more crazy and ever more intense and ever more important, what's happening in our culture? What's happening out there in our communities? What's happening out there in our homes all across America? Where is the heartbeat of the problem? Where is the source of the problem? This has been an interesting week for the country as well. Some of you, if you were paying attention, I know many of you were because you care passionately about the littlest one, the weakest ones in our country. But on Monday, the Supreme Court decision made a ruling. And this ruling was a huge win for pro-abortion advocates, and that's how it was hailed by many of them. In the Supreme Court decision, 5-3, the court decided that Texas didn't have the right to regulate abortion facilities in their own state. That Texas didn't have the right to demand, for example, that an abortionist had to have admitting privileges at a local hospital, because if he botched an abortion in a facility and the woman needed to go to the emergency room, he couldn't give that continuum of care. And Texas wanted to ensure that those women, that the walls of the hallways of the abortion facilities would be big enough to fit a gurney through, basic things, basic standards. And yet the Supreme Court decided to strike that law down, HB 2. Why did they do it? They said in the decision that it was because it would somehow restrict abortion, make it more difficult to access abortion, because now abortionists would have to up their standards. A few people were very happy about this ruling, of course. One of them included the Republican or the Democrat nominee, Mrs. Hillary Clinton. And she actually took time to pen an op-ed explaining her joy. And she said, "This was a critical victory. As president, I'll make sure that a woman's right to make her own health decisions remains as permanent as all the other values that we hold dear." There she called it a woman's health decision. And that's what I want to unpack today. A woman's health decision, the lies that are being told in this country. When there are lies being told that are an intellectual violence, that are misleading, misrepresenting the truth, they often mask a physical violence. They often mask sometimes the most severe violences, the most severe abuses. Another person that's very happy about the Supreme Court ruling is an abortionist named Douglas Carpin in Texas. Some of you may have heard of him. He's the Texas Gosnell. Kermit Gosnell is the abortionist in Philadelphia who was actually convicted for murder, not for the children he killed in the womb, but for the horrific way he killed children. He even committed infanticide of children outside the womb. And Douglas Carpin was also accused by his own staff of doing the same exact thing, basically severing the necks of children after they were born alive in his Texas abortion facility. When the Texas law, though, went into effect in 2013, Douglas Carpin, the abortionist, didn't have visiting privileges at a hospital. So he's lost his ability to operate, and he no longer operated. But now with the Supreme Court decision on Monday, Carpin can again operate, even without those visiting privileges, can again commit those atrocities. You see, there's a lot of issues, as you've heard about this morning, you've heard about yesterday, important issues. Issues about our borders, immigration, healthcare, our economy, national security, foreign affairs, questions of terrorism. There are so many issues, the taxes, so many things that people care about and are passionate about. And I'm not here to say that those issues aren't important, but I'm here to say that there's a reason, I believe, that there is so much confusion, mayhem, hurt, and the reason that this election is even so critical. And it's because at the foundation of our country, we have an injustice that was put into place before I was even born, and many of you in this room, 1973, by men in black robes and the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade, somehow calling abortion a constitutional right. And what's the problem with that? Well, we know the Declaration of Independence lists out the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but that the right to life is the first human right. And without that right, All other rights are meaningless. Without that right, we can't enjoy religious liberty. We can't enjoy any of the other constitutional protections that we have. We can't enjoy all the amazing blessings and gifts that I think God intended for each of us to enjoy in our lives without that first right, which is life. So what happens in a country when the weakest members of society, when the littlest ones, when the most vulnerable, when the ones that have no way to defend themselves, no way to cry out, no way to even ask for help, they're hidden in a womb, when those ones are denied their first human right, which is life, what happens? You have injustice at the very core, the bedrock of the country, and how can we thrive? How can we flourish? How can we have peace as a nation if we allow that great injustice? Confucius Confucius says that the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name. And George Orwell, in his essay on the English language, which I highly recommend to all of you on how to think and write well, says to think clearly is a necessary step, a necessary first step toward political regeneration. So when you have self-named, self-proclaimed women's health advocates calling the killing of a preborn child, an innocent human being, women's health, you have a lie that's underpinning the injustice. And that lie has hurt millions of women, millions of families, and of course taken the lives of tens of millions of children since abortion became available, even though Clinton calls it safe, legal, and rare, but prevalent all over our country, and certainly unsafe for our littlest Americans. It's fascinating. In Ireland, they're fighting an amazing fight. I know there's Brexit happening and very interesting things happening in all over Europe, and especially in the UK. Ireland has had its own fight with the EU, and I would vote for Ireland to really stand up to the EU the way that the UK has. What Ireland has been facing is a huge abortion lobby coming from very radical pro-abortion other countries and agendas. But Ireland has remained largely abortion-free, although recently they've made some steps away from that because of all the pressure that they've undergone. But 1,000 medical professionals in Ireland penned something called the Dublin Declaration. And this is the first step in unmasking the lie that somehow abortion is women's health. 1,000 medical professionals in Ireland signed their name onto this proclamation. They said, as experienced practitioners and researchers in obstetrics and gynecology, we affirm that abortion, the purposeful destruction of the unborn child, is not medically necessary to save the life of a mother. We uphold that there's a fundamental difference between abortion and the necessary medical treatments that are carried out to save the life of a mother. We confirm that the prohibition of abortion does not in any way affect the availability of optimal care to pregnant women. What the Dublin Declaration is stating is directly goes to the first lie that abortion advocates say, which is beyond abortion being somehow empowering to women and somehow positive for women, but that abortion is somehow medically necessary, that abortion is some kind of a medical treatment. And 1,000 medical professionals are saying abortion, the intentional killing of that child, is never medically necessary. We can and we must love them both and care for them both. So who are the purveyors of these lies today in our country? It's so important to unmask the lies for our generation, for so many people that are maybe not thinking about this issue every day, maybe not realizing its importance. Maybe they've just grown up thinking, I'm pro-choice, that must be what I am, because that's what it seems everybody else is, and that's what everybody seems to think is the smart thing to be. There's a group, of course, Planned Parenthood, the biggest abortion chain in this country. Many of you, I'm sure, have seen exposés of them over the years. Live Action has been investigating them for almost 10 years. Planned Parenthood is a $1.2 billion organization. They get a half of their over $1 billion budget from guess who? Courtesy of all the folks here today, courtesy of taxpayers. Over $500 million a year goes to Planned Parenthood. They kill over 320,000 children every year. Almost a third of the abortions in this country, there's over 1 million abortions, nearly a third of them are committed by Planned Parenthood. And perhaps most severely, along with the killing, next to the killing are the lies that they tell. Their marketing and development budget is $100 million a year. Again, taxpayers are helping fund that, but $100 million, imagine that kind of money going in to try to somehow sell the idea of abortion. You've seen over the years, and maybe have heard, all of the other abuses that accompany that ultimate abuse of abortion. The sexual abuse and cover-up of women and young girls. My first undercover investigation, I posed as a 15-year-old girl in a Los Angeles Planned Parenthood abortion facility. And I said that I had a much older boyfriend. And I asked for help. I said I was pregnant. What do I do? And the Planned Parenthood worker, without missing a beat, kind of laughed. And she said, don't worry. She said, figure out a birth date that works. She told me to lie in the paperwork, say that I was older than I really was. No one would know about the secret abortion. That would solve my problem and make it go away. We would see that scenario played out over a dozen more times, similar scenarios, the cover-up of child sexual abuse, later on, even the aiding and abetting of sex trafficking, Planned Parenthood committing and promoting sex selection abortions. There's a war on baby girls, as The Economist has called, over 100 million missing girls internationally. And the United States, there's some parts of the US where the demographic imbalance, so boys versus girls, young babies that are male versus female, there are so many more males because even in the United States population, certain groups are aborting girls because they're seen as less desirable. And Planned Parenthood, who claims, of course, to speak for women and to be pro-women, is, in our investigation, we exposed them negotiating and working with our investigator, posing as a pregnant mother, saying how she could arrange an abortion, specifically a gender-side abortion, an abortion of a baby girl. The lie has been told repeatedly, abortion as women's health and abortion as women's empowerment. Somehow we're better off as women because we have abortion. But we know from the stories of brave women who have told their testimony after abortion that abortion doesn't empower, abortion doesn't free, but abortion leaves a lifetime of pain afterwards. That it might seem like a quick fix at the time, but that when she walked into that abortion facility, she wasn't feeling powerful. She was feeling powerless. She was feeling like this is my only option, and that's why she's there. You see abortionists like Douglas Carpin in Texas, like Kermit Gosnell in Philadelphia, and all over the country. They monopolize, they make money, they build off of the suffering of women in their most vulnerable moments. And yet somehow self-named feminists, and even Clinton, who claims to speak for women, are saying that this empowers us? How dare they say that to us and turn us against our own flesh and blood? We demand better, and we deserve better as women and as a society, to not see our children as a threat, but to value them as a gift and treat them with the respect, see the rights that they have, that God gave them, just like He gave each one of us. I want to show you a brief video of some of the voices inside the abortion industry. Amazing work has been done in the last 10 years. Recently, the Center for Medical Progress, great friends of ours, have exposed Planned Parenthood selling body parts. There's so many different abuses. The list goes on, because in that ultimate abuse of abortion, you're not going to find the empowerment or the uplifting of women. You're just going to find other abuses, lawlessness, law-breaking activity, illicit activity. That's why, of course, the Supreme Court decision is so against the reality of what's happening all over our country, which is that the abortion industry, making money, of course, off of the killing of children, is committing many other crimes against the second victim, which is the woman. This video, you're going to hear voices, and you're going to see and hear from abortionists. They're some of the most notorious late-term abortionists in our country. The footage was taken by young women who are in their second or third trimester. These are brave women in their 20s, and they're all first-time moms. So they did this investigation. They're very courageous. They're heroes, and you're going to hear them engaging and talking with some of the nation's leading late-term abortionists. We can play the video now.
At this point, does it have like all of its organs and all of that stuff? Like, is it already fully
It's not
developed?
fully developed. It doesn't even look like, it doesn't even look like a baby yet.
It doesn't?
Technically, it has its organs, it has parts, like we all have parts, but it's not done.
So like, does it have a face or like all of that stuff? Or?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's developing into.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to torture yourself.
Really? You cannot do a termination once it's outside of the body. Okay, he has to resuscitate it and he has to send it to the hospital. That's the law. Okay. But that's why a termination is done inside. He does a termination inside and then he removes the pregnancy.
So normally he just kills it inside, so that wouldn't be.
Well,
okay.
we don't use the word kill, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay, or terminate. Oh,
Mhm.
you guys say terminate.
Mhm.
Okay, just to make it like.
No, just because that's what's happening.
Yeah, we induce a demise, an intrauterine demise.
What does demise mean?
Death. We use a
Suction.
combination of suction and then real instruments to literally go in and grab and pull pieces out.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe that's a little more graphic than I usually describe it.
To insert the injection, it's going straight into the sac and to the pregnancy. Okay, it's bottom down. It'll insert through the baby's bottom. Okay.
Okay,
if
so
it's the head down, it'll be inserted through the head, through the cranium.
And then it's just, I mean, like any shot, you know, like a flu
okay.
shot or a vaccine, really. And so
Okay.
that, I think, helps us all to feel more comfortable with this.
It's heartbreaking once you really have that encounter with the humanity of the child in the womb. I mean, reason and science shows us the amazing development of the embryo, even in the first trimester, the heart's beating at 3.5 weeks. And it's just heartbreaking once we actually realize, wow, this is what's happening in our country. It's happening nearly, or some say over 3,000 times a day, depending how you count the numbers, but 3,000 children are meeting this fate in our country every day, and it's done in the name of women's liberation, which we know it is the very opposite. And I think sometimes we look at an election that's coming up and we know the Supreme Court is so important. That's why it's so important to vote in this election and down ticket as well as for the president. And it's so important. We look at politics and we get so passionate, and yet the Supreme Court represents and reflects the culture. Politics reflect and represent the culture. And the battle, the heart and soul battle for this country goes down to the individual's mind and heart, goes down to each person and the way that they're living their life, the beliefs that they have, the operational beliefs that they have. And reaching those people one person at a time is really the heart and the soul of our entire movement. Elections are crucial and they matter, but our fight really is in the trenches, in the streets of this country, day after day, to share the truth with love, to share the truth about the humanity of the child, about the dignity of the person, that nothing can violate, that nothing there's nothing more important than the dignity of the person, the protection of the person. It's been very powerful to see with live action the amazing impact sometimes of education. When we do mass education and when we look at people and we say, okay, anybody can change. Even though you might say you're pro-choice, you might say you believe and support abortion, you might even have an abortion in your past, you might even have been an abortionist. But that anybody can change. And sharing the truth with love with people, especially showing the victim, that's the child in the womb, speaking about how it's against the woman, the amazing conversions that can take place. Dr. Anthony Levatino is an example of that. We partnered with him just this last year. Dr. Levatino is a former abortionist. He committed over 1,200 abortions. And now he's a pro-life advocate. And we partnered with him to walk through each of the most prevalent abortion procedures, to share 4 of the top abortion procedures and discuss them with us. And then we had medical animations accompany them because we thought we have to just show people what it is. It's amazing the ignorance out there. Hillary Clinton has probably never sat down and actually seen what an abortion procedure is. Everyone's talking about abortion, but no one really knows what it is. So let's show them. Let's show them with love. Let's show them with compassion, but let's show the truth because the truth is what's going to set people free. The truth is what's going to give people hope in the end. I want to share one more video that's extremely encouraging and exciting, and it's Man on the Street. Our live action camera crew went down to Los Angeles, we went by USC, we went to the LACMA, and we interviewed people, many who said that they were pro-choice, and then we asked them to watch a 4-minute video, and this is their reaction. You can play the video now.
Would you consider yourself pro-life, pro-choice, or neither?
Pro-choice. Would you restrict it at any point?
No.
No. So all the way up until
All the way
birth.
up.
Once the cervix has been stretched open, the suction tube is placed inside. A baby at 20 weeks gestation is as big as the length of my hand, from head to rump, not counting the legs. The suction machine is turned on, and pale yellow amniotic fluid surrounding the baby is suctioned out through the catheters. With babies this big, they don't fit through catheters this size. The baby's bones and skull are too strong to be torn apart by suction alone. This is a sofa clamp.
It's rough. Do you think now, watching this and from what you just said, do you still support abortions up to birth?
No, I don't think I support it here.
I think the person should have a choice to have an abortion or not. Wow, it's brutal.
Does it change your mind at all?
It really did. Yeah. So, abortion shouldn't be legal.
It's your life, so it's your choice. And if you believe that that you don't want to have the baby, then it's your choice. So I'm pro-choice, I guess. I didn't realize that the baby was, doing that kind of stuff at such an early state.
Does this change your mind at all about abortion?
Yeah, I believe that's like murder right there, what I saw.
My opinion is that it should be part of the woman's right to choose whether or not to abort her baby.
One word, your thoughts on what you just saw.
Inhumane or heinous, yeah. It does change my mind. Like, a lot of people just say, oh, abortion's okay, or it should be okay, but then I feel like a lot of us we're not really aware of what's the process of it and what's actually happening.
And just encouraging, right? We did a survey, and of 500 pro-choice women we polled through SurveyMonkey, an independent group, a third of them, nearly a third, said that after viewing the video, they now viewed abortion negatively. It's amazing that people do change when they're given the facts, when they're given the truth. And that's my hope in all of this, in this election that we're facing, this crucial time. But that's my hope, that if we can get it right, and I believe that we can, because written in the human heart is respect for life, is love for life. And if we can get it right about abortion, if we can get it right about the first human right, then we can rebuild this society. Then we can rebuild the family. Then we can get it right about marriage. Then we can get it right about religious liberty. But we have to get it right about life. We have to get it right about protecting our littlest brothers and sisters, about protecting the weakest. And with love and compassion, we can do this. I want to close with a quote from a hero, Martin Luther King Jr., who, of course, taught the world through his nonviolent resistance to the lies being told about the humanity of people of his race, and there are new lies being told about the humanity of the preborn. But he said, I believe that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word in reality. This is why right, temporarily defeated, is stronger than evil triumphant. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
As a survivor of rape and now a mother to 2 small children, it seems like being able to purchase a firearm of my choosing and being able to carry that wherever me and my family are, it seems like my basic responsibility as a parent at this point. I have been unspeakably victimized once already, and I refuse to let that happen again to myself or my kids. really the people that are on the pro-gun side of this argument are people like me that had no interest in this until I became a victim of a horrendous crime. And it wasn't until that point that I realized my vital right to self-defense is going to be the most important things for me and now my 2 kids.
Violent crimes do happen. Protecting myself is my right.
I've been properly trained, I've had my background checked, and I've gone through all the legal requirements to own, operate, and carry a gun. There's no substitution for sleeping with a gun. And there's no substitute for my ability to carry a concealed weapon on my person.
Ladies and gentlemen, Second Amendment advocate and Colorado's own Kimberly Corbin.
Good morning, everybody. I can't tell you what an honor it is to be here. It's so great to see you all. For those of you from out of town, welcome to Colorado. My name's Kimberly Corbin. I actually grew up just an hour north of here in Greeley. It's a college town, and that's where I went to school. In 2006, I was a sophomore at the University of Northern Colorado. I had just moved off campus to some apartments and was looking forward to a wonderful summer of hanging out with my friends and working and laying by the pool. But in the early morning hours of May 12th, 2006, I woke up feeling like I couldn't breathe. And my face was covered, and I hear a man saying, "Shut up, don't say a thing." And my life changed at that moment. For there, I was held for 2 hours and sexually assaulted in my own bedroom. At 20 years old, I had to lay there thinking, this is how I'm going to die. What was the last thing I told my parents, my brother, my friends? I managed to survive that attack, and I reported to law enforcement. The Weld County District Attorney's Office successfully prosecuted that case, and my offender is spending 24 years to life currently in the Department of Corrections here in Colorado. As I was getting ready to prepare for trial and sentencing, I started thinking, why did this have to happen to me? I suffered from depression, PTSD, seizures, and I'm thinking, if I could just help one person not have to experience this, then that would all be worth it. So I decided to release my name to the media. I overcame a lot of counseling, I went back to school, and I made this something that was going to direct the rest of my life in a positive way instead of letting it define me as a victim. I changed myself into a survivor. I spoke around the country just on sex assault because this is what happens when the system works how it's supposed to. You have people like me that are willing to step forward and bring light to issues that otherwise probably wouldn't see the light of day. But what was great is that in 2013, Colorado served as the litmus test for the rest of the nation when we saw these gun control packages being pushed through. I was a grad school student at UNC pursuing criminal justice, and for me, I had decided that concealed carry was the way that I wanted to protect myself. I never took the right to self-defense seriously until I absolutely needed it and was scared looking out the window in the 2-hour time frame waiting for somebody to walk by and save me, and no one ever did. So when legislators were trying to put myself and other victims, other Coloradoans and citizens of this country into a box that would make us victims again, I got off of my couch and I went down in front of the Senate and told my story of rape and why my vital right to self-defense needed to be protected. I was speaking on behalf of the campus carry bill, but it seemed that this opened a conversation nationally that needed that kind of recognition. Luckily, the campus carry bill was killed, but this started a much bigger fight for me and for the rights of people just like me across the nation. In 2016, as you all just saw, I was given the opportunity to address President Obama on CNN's town hall. I didn't realize what a big deal it was until I had to go through 3 layers of security and Secret Service and a vetting process while I wasn't able to carry my firearm. He walked in, and all I saw was another voting citizen that should have the exact same power and rights as I should. So I asked him my question, and I wanted to know why he felt or could not see that his administration was actually making myself and my children less safe. I have a 1 and a 2-year-old, and that 2-year-old's turning 3 years old tomorrow. That is why I am looking to protect myself and my kiddos, and your kids as well. When I was speaking in 2013, I was unaware that the president of the National Rifle Association was David Keane. The National Rifle Association started fighting for my rights before I ever knew that I needed them. There are so many places across the country and organizations just like the NRA that are looking to protect our rights, not just the Second Amendment, but all across the Constitution. And those people are more important as more people become victims. And it's not just victims of evil in the world or people that wish to perpetrate crimes. It's evil when it's oppressive politicians and people that act like kings instead of those that we've elected to represent us. As I said, David Keane is the former president of the National Rifle Association. He's currently the opinion editor for the Washington Times. He served from 2011 until 2013, which was just when I got to find my voice and take over. Not saying that I'm in charge of the NRA by any means, but he has done a fantastic job fighting for our rights and continues to do so, so I'm very looking forward to hearing him speak. What you all need to take away from this is that I'm not advocating for the Second Amendment to protect guns. I'm advocating for the Second Amendment to protect people. So now, please help me welcome to the stage David Keane.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning. You know, Kimberly discovered something that we discovered even earlier and which we've been contending with since, and that is that the President of the United States doesn't believe in the right of Americans to defend themselves. Following the Orlando shooting at the Pulse nightclub, President Obama was asked about whether it might not have been better if somebody in the audience had had a concealed carry permit and been armed. Firearms were prohibited in that nightclub, and he said, gosh, no, because had there been anybody there that was armed, more people might have been killed. 50 was not enough. I wonder what he thought on Sunday of last week when in South Carolina a shooter appeared outside a nightclub and began firing into the folks waiting to get in. He shot 3 of them. Fortunately, none of them died. When he leveled his gun on the 4th potential victim, the victim pulled a gun and shot him. If the president and his friends paid more attention to people like Kimberly and perhaps talked to the people at that nightclub in South Carolina who are alive today because there was one among them who had a concealed carry permit and a firearm with which he defended himself and them, he might get a different perspective. But the fact is that when ideology meets reality, reality often takes a back seat to ideology. And that's what happened in this country in terms of firearms rights in the Second Amendment. I didn't come here today to talk to you about who you ought to vote for president. I did come here today to tell you what the stakes are this year, because this may well be the single most important election year in our lifetimes. Now, you've heard that before. Usually a candidate stands in front of you in any election cycle and says, this is an important election. And to that candidate, it surely is, because his or her future depends on the outcome. This is an important election, not for the candidates, but for you and me, because everything is on the table. If you're a believer in religious freedom, if you're a believer in the Second Amendment, if you're a believer in due process and free speech, those are the things that are on the table this year. That fact was obvious already, but it was brought home to more and more Americans with the death of Justice Scalia not too long ago. The Supreme Court, in the next few years, is going to be fundamentally transformed with the appointment of new justices. And the president who appoints those justices is going to have an opportunity to shape the court in the way he or she would like it shaped, to determine what the Constitution will mean to this country in the decades ahead. It used to be said, and this was the influence of Justice Scalia that tempered this, it used to be said that the Constitution just means what the court says it does. Justice Scalia's contribution to political philosophy and to the way Supreme Court decisions are made is that he argued forcefully and effectively that the Constitution doesn't mean what a bunch of guys born 40 or 50 years ago thinks it means. It means what the founders thought it meant when they wrote it, and what it meant when it was ratified and adopted by the American people. The justices who take the seats that are likely to be vacated in the next few years will ascribe to one of those two views. They will either be men and women who think the Constitution ought to mean what they think it ought to mean, or they'll be men and women who say the Constitution is an enduring instrument that has allowed this country to develop as the greatest and freest nation in the history of the world. That's what's at stake this year. And that's what we're going to be talking about during the course of this campaign. It's why the NRA is so interested in this campaign, because this time, and you'll remember earlier the quote from Ronald Reagan about the fact that we're only a generation at any time away from losing the freedoms that we cherish, is true in many areas, but it's never been more true than in the fight over Second Amendment rights and the right of the American people to defend themselves and to live the kinds of lives that they want to live, protect their family and their homes, to engage in the shooting sports, to be free. That fight has gone on decade after decade, has been fought decade after decade, and fortunately, to this point, mostly won by Americans like you who have stood up for those rights and voted because those rights mean so much to you. But you're activists. You're folks that have been involved, most of you, in politics over the years. And you know that it never ends. It requires you every day to get up and fight for and speak up for and stand for and help those who share your values and mine. If you don't do that, if I don't do that, if we don't do that, then those values will be lost or diluted by those who disagree with us in fundamental ways. In some ways, this fall is going to be different than previous falls, because in recent years, those who would strip us of many of our constitutional rights have downplayed that aspect of their beliefs as they've approached elections. This year, we have people who are arguing that the First Amendment needs to be amended or repealed to strip out the ability of people to say what they want about public issues, so that the amendment might protect pornographers but not political speech. This year, we have people who are suggesting in one of the major party platforms that people who express views different from theirs on substantive issues should face jail terms for doing so. This year, we're facing an election in which candidates for various offices are arguing that the due process guarantees of the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution ought to be suspended. Just a week ago, in this argument over the so-called terrorist watch lists and the no-fly list, Senator Feinstein of California was asked by a reporter, well, doesn't your proposal mean that perfectly innocent people would lose their rights? She said, well, if they lose their rights, they can go to court and try to prove their innocence. That's really not the way the founders viewed due process in this country. But it's the way a lot of people are now moving in terms of their view of the way we should live our lives. You know, in history, the world has really been divided into two groups. We've called them by different names at different times in different countries and under different circumstances. But the world really consists of people who want to live their lives in freedom, who want to raise their families, who don't want to spend all of their time thinking about political issues, but want to live as free men and women, want to make their own decisions. And then there's this other group that thinks they know better. They know better than those folks how those folks ought to live their lives. They know better than they what they ought to eat. They know better than they how they ought to live. And they know better than they what rights they have. Look at the response of the international community to the recent vote in Britain to leave the European community. The response was, what right do these people have to vote on their own future? We know better than they do what's good for them, and they ought to just do it. In this country, we've got folks who share that same kind of attitude toward the American people. What right do they have to live in a country that they want when we want them to live in the country we want? That's why during the gunfight that took place in the 1990s during the Clinton administration, that's why one of my predecessors as president of the NRA, Charlton Heston, said the Second Amendment isn't about guns, it's about freedom. And indeed it is, as is much else that we debate in the political sphere. It's really a pleasure for me to be back here in Colorado because I had and to speak to your group, you know, back during our fight with Mr. Obama and his friends and his financier from New York after Sandy Hook in 2013, I was all over the country, as was Wayne LaPierre, who's the executive vice president of the NRA, and Chris Cox, who's the head of our Institute for Legislative Action, arguing, cajoling, pressuring, doing what we could to preserve Second Amendment rights nationally and in the various states. And Colorado was incredibly important to that. You may remember that fight. The president said the NRA was a thing of the past, that most of the members of the NRA agreed with him, not with us, and that we no longer represented American gun owners. The NRA was disappearing. Members were walking out because they agreed with his common sense ideas about how to restrict gun rights. While he made that speech, 58,000 people called the NRA and joined. And before the fight was finished, our membership had increased by more than 1 million and has been growing ever since. He and his friends knew that they were trying to do three things. One, they were trying to convince people that gun owners didn't believe, as we've always argued, that they do. The outpouring of public support, not just for the NRA, but in rallies around the country, calls to legislators, visits to state capitals and others, convinced politicians the president was wrong on that one. The two other things he tried to do were, one, separate gun owners, and specifically those believing in self-defense, from the rest of the outdoor community. And the third thing he tried to do was get the states to follow along with his desire to impose gun restrictions at the federal level. The two events that put a stop to those things were, first, an outdoor show that many of you may have heard of in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the largest outdoor show in America. 1 million people visited in a 2-week period. 30 hours or 32 hours before it was to open in that year, the organizers of the show announced that no AR-15s or other guns that the president and Dianne Feinstein didn't like would be allowed to be displayed at the show. 320 vendors walked out. And the first people to leave were not the gun companies, they were fishermen and bow hunters. And all of the outdoor groups began to walk out. And that show, which brought $70 million a year to a bankrupt capital city in Pennsylvania, had to be canceled. That sent a message around the country that you were not going to be able to separate gun owners from other sportsmen or from anybody else, because everybody at this point knew they were in the same boat. The other important event that took place that year took place right here in Colorado, because they knew, the president and the vice president and Michael Bloomberg knew they could get California and Maryland and New York, one-party states, to do their bidding and impose firearms restrictions on their citizens. But they needed another state, a state that was not viewed nationally, traditionally, as a liberal state, maybe a Western state, maybe a Western state with a malleable governor who could be pushed and told to join the effort. They found that man in John Hickenlooper, right here in Colorado. And Governor Hickenlooper and the leaders of the two houses of the legislature, which had not too far before falling into Democratic liberal hands, decided to be the poster child for state gun restrictions. They passed them. I was out here to argue against it. I argued to Governor Hickenlooper that I was visiting with him because he wasn't Andrew Cuomo and shouldn't become Andrew Cuomo. He obviously thought Mr. Cuomo was somebody to be emulated. But the backlash that took place and the recall elections that followed, in which many of you worked, sent another message around the country. And I said at the time, you could almost hear doors slamming shut in state capital after state capital as the gun controllers tried to get in to get those states to adopt firearms restrictions. So Colorado played a key role in that last gunfight. Now we're in a new one. And this one is different because the gloves are off. In 2012, the president talked about common sense restrictions, as he called them. Now he's talking about a really sensible gun control regime like the one adopted in Australia, which requires the mandatory confiscation of firearms that are in private hands. Mrs. Clinton, who was his Secretary of State and has also praised Australia as the model, has said that the Heller decision, which was the decision guaranteeing the right of individual Americans to own firearms privately under the Second Amendment, was wrongly decided. Her defenders in the media attacked Wayne LaPierre when he suggested that that meant that she didn't support Second Amendment rights. They said, well, the media said, that's ridiculous. She didn't ask for the repeal of the Second Amendment. No, she didn't. She just said the Supreme Court was wrong. There was only one question before the Supreme Court of the United States in that decision. And that question was, does the Second Amendment or does it not guarantee the right of private firearms ownership in the United States of America? The court said no. The court said yes. Hillary Clinton said no. She may not want to repeal it. She wants to render it meaningless. And so this year we have a fight not in which we're arguing about minor restrictions, but we're arguing about whether the Second Amendment should in fact exist into the future, whether the American people have a right under the Constitution to own firearms, and indeed whether in taking those firearms from them, the government has the right to suspend due process, to declare people guilty until proven innocent, and to go after groups of people about which there has been no proof or no reasonable suspicion that they pose a threat to anyone else just because they are ideologically opposed to firearms ownership. That's on the table. That's what this election is about. That's what we're fighting now. And it's why we're here. It's why I'm asking all of you to realize just how important this is. If we don't have a president who's willing to appoint justices who, like Antonin Scalia, know the Constitution for what it is, if we don't have a United States Senate with a majority, regardless of party, of men and women who understand the Constitution and the rights it guarantees, if we don't have people willing to stand up for those rights, I'm here to tell you today that they will, in fact, be lost. You know, this group, for whatever reason, has failed to get its way in the legislatures and in the Congress, in the courts, and through referenda, except in a very few states, mostly one-party states. And so, as I said earlier, ideology and reality means you put reality aside. So today, they are putting a lot of their chips on a treaty that was signed under the Obama administration, negotiated with the help of Mrs. Clinton, signed by her successor, John Kerry, something called the Arms Trade Treaty of the United Nations, which at the time Canada refused to sign, while we signed it, with the Prime Minister saying we can't sign it because it would interfere with the right of Canadians to have firearms. They're hoping that they can trump our constitutional rights with an international treaty by folks who suggest that we're too darn dumb to run our own country in the way that it ought to be run, and that they ought to decide what rights we have. That treaty hasn't even been submitted to the United States Senate because the President knows it would not be ratified. If this election puts a anti-Second Amendment majority in power in the United States Senate, that treaty will go to the floor of the Senate and could easily be ratified. These are people that don't give up. These are people that have a very different vision of the world and this country and your future than you have or than I have. And these are people who we have to be willing to stand up to at every turn and in every forum to make certain that the freedoms that we inherited from those who came before us are freedoms that we can pass on to those that come after us. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Centennial Institute 1776 scholar Joseph Maroney.
True this, beneath the rule of men entirely great, the pen is mightier than the sword. This is the original context for the now well-known phrase, first coined by the British playwright in 1896. It's simple, without much depth, and was written a few hundred years ago in the script. But even so, it still captures the truth that beneath the rule of men entirely great, the hearts and minds of the people are one. This very sentiment explains the intense patriotism that has caused Americans to commit their lives on the battlefield and in public service to protect that which is so dear. Our loved ones, the Constitution, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, the rule of men entirely great, is done in service to these. Senator Tom Cotton is a man both of the sword and the pen, because of this land we love. First, the sword. In 2005, Senator Cotton left the opportunities of private law practice to serve in the United States Army. He enlisted as a second lieutenant infantryman and served, just like his father, by many achievements and many awards. He first attended Ranger School, earning his Ranger tab, of which, at the very least, is a recognition of being an elite soldier. In 2006, he led a 41-man air assault infantry platoon in Operation Iraqi Freedom in Baghdad, after which he was promoted to second lieutenant and won several awards. His first pen was used during his deployment when he wrote a letter to the New York Times reprimanding an article that endangered both the lives of his men and national security for exposing an operation to track terrorist financing. Moving to 2014, he was elected to represent the 4th District of Arkansas, serving in the United States Senate. He is only the second Republican to represent his district since the Reconstruction era, and in fact, he is the youngest senator on Capitol Hill. Nevertheless, during crucial political events, his leadership and initiative has been fundamental. As you remember, during the recent negotiations between the United States government and the leadership of Iran, with the Iran deal, Senator Cotton used his pen a second time, this time addressed to the leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran, reminding them of the constitutional checks and balances to our government, and that the United States government is just much more than the executive branch. As a leader in the Committee of Financial Services and Foreign Affairs, he continues to serve our country and protect the Constitution, our loved ones' life, liberty, and property at home and abroad. It is an honor of mine to introduce to you a man of both the sword and the pen, Senator Tom Cotton.
Islamic terrorists don't need an excuse to attack the United States. They don't attack us for what they do. They attack us for who we are. In my opinion, the only problem with Guantanamo Bay is there are too many empty beds and cells there right now. We should be sending more terrorists there for further interrogation to keep this country safe. As far as I'm concerned, every last one of them can rot in hell. But as long as they don't do that, then they can rot in Guantanamo Bay.
When Americans were fighting for their lives in Benghazi, Barack Obama did neither. He sent no quick reaction force, and he didn't even stay in the Situation Room to supervise the execution of his orders. We expect more from lieutenants in the Army than our president gave us that night. 4 Americans lost their lives that night in Benghazi. They deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. One other lesson I learned in the Army is we leave no man behind, and we will not leave these 4 men behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton.
Thank you all. Thanks very much for that warm welcome. I'm not sure I can beat that. Maybe we should just break for lunch now. It's great pleasure to be here with you today. I was a little worried I might not make it this morning. I flew in and our plane waited for a long time on the tarmac. We were waiting so long I thought Bill Clinton might be boarding my plane to come talk to me. But then I realized I'm a mere United States Senator. I'm not the Attorney General who decide whether to indict his wife or not. Actually, I should have known better. I should have known that Bill Clinton wouldn't be there. I think he had to race home to New York and keep the home fires burning as a dutiful spouse while his wife had to go testify to the FBI today. It's, wow, what a remarkable presidential year it's been. I mean, truly remarkable. I mean, the Democrats had a choice between two socialists, and they chose the one under FBI investigation. Now, this last week, today, with Hillary testifying yet again in front of the FBI, and Bill Clinton meeting with the Attorney General secretly in Phoenix, is a reminder of the kind of casual, carefree, ethics-free zone that comes with the Clintons everywhere they go, and should be a reminder to the American people of the kind of endless ethics controversies and scandals that we'll have in store for us if we choose Hillary Clinton as our next president. I mean, just think about it. Bill Clinton having a secret meeting with the Attorney General when his spouse is the target of an FBI investigation. And when he himself is the target of an FBI investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Of course, this all goes back to Hillary Clinton's decision not to use secure government communications, but rather create her own unsecure server in the bathroom of her house to conduct official government business, to include highly classified information. Now, she's turned over a lot of emails, but there's still over 30,000 emails that we don't know the contents of. The FBI still hasn't been able to access them. In fact, it's gotten so bad, I think the FBI may be on the verge of asking Vladimir Putin if he'll turn over his copies of those emails. Now, but seriously though, seriously. Now, Hillary's reckless and even criminal disregard for our nation's secrecy laws and the sensitive handling of classified information, in my opinion, disqualifies her from being our commander-in-chief. It also compromises her. It also compromises her because we do have to wonder what Vladimir Putin or leaders in places like China and Iran and North Korea know about the email traffic that went across that unsecure server from her and all those people who might populate her White House. But she's also the architect of Barack Obama's disastrous foreign policy. Now, we'll return to Hillary Clinton in just a little bit, but for the moment, let's consider the consequences of that foreign policy. I sit on the Intelligence Committee. So over the last 18 months on that committee in the Senate, I've learned a lot of things about what's going on in the world. It may look bad, I know, but I can tell you, it is not as bad as it looks. It is much worse. Unfortunately, I'm not joking. The world has grown gravely more dangerous over the last 7.5 years. The United States is no longer seen around the world as the leader of the free world, which no one would have ever disputed under President Reagan or both President Bushes. Why don't you let me tell you a little personal story about how unsafe and threatened many normal Americans feel. Now, as you may know, I served about 5 years in the Army. I was in law school when the 9/11 attacks happened. I got out of school and paid off my loans after a couple years and then went to enlist. Now, I told the recruiter, I said, I want to be an infantry officer, I want to be an airborne ranger, I want to go to Iraq. He said, hold on, sir. What do you do for a living? And I said, well, I'm a lawyer. I admitted it. Probably because I was dressed like this, and not many people go into recruiting stations dressed like this across America.
And he said, I could make you a JAG attorney. You could, have much less training time, 10, 12 weeks. You have more rank, therefore more pay. If you want to go overseas, you'll be overseas faster. And I said, no, infantry, airborne ranger, Iraq, Afghanistan. He said, you're not a very good lawyer, are you, sir? And unfortunately, the lawyers I worked with agreed with that, I think. But he signed me up, and I had to break the news to my folks. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. My mother was married to him when he was in Vietnam. And it wasn't a happy time in the Cotton household, I'll say that much. Not least of which, they wanted to know why I spent all that money to go to law school if I was just going to join the Army afterwards. But my dad knew what it was like to be on the front lines in combat. My mother knew what it was like to have a loved one overseas. And I tried to explain to my parents that I was doing this because of the way they raised me. They raised me to be a patriot, to love my country, and my country was attacked. I wanted to go defend it. That wasn't persuasive to them, though. I said, a rhetorical question, how can it be a mistake to serve your country in uniform in a time of war? My dad didn't have an answer to that rhetorical question, so he normally stormed off in a huff. I tried to be practical. I said, look, they attacked us on 9/11 at the Pentagon and the World Trade Centers. What makes you think we might not be next? We live just a few miles from a nuclear power plant. What makes you think that Islamic terrorists won't attack us there next? And my father said, son, you need to lighten up. Just last year, my father got a concealed carry permit for the first time in his life. A 70-year-old man got a concealed carry permit. And I said, Dad, why'd you get a concealed carry permit? He said, someone has to defend us if ISIS comes over here to cut our heads off. That's the sad reality. That's how fearful many Americans are. Not just in big cities, but in small little farm towns like where I live. And the world is more dangerous today because Barack Obama's foreign policy is impotent. We've seen radical cuts to our military over the last 7.5 years. Why? Because military strength is seen not to deter our enemies, but is seen as a cause for military adventurism. Strength and confidence in defense of our interests and our allies and our liberty is seen not to deter aggression, but rather to provoke aggression. Just think about some of our worst enemies. Those very Islamic terrorists, the one who attacked us on 9/11. In his re-election campaign, Barack Obama says they are on the run. Maybe that's so if he meant they are running wild all around the globe. When he withdrew from Iraq in 2011 against the advice of his commanders, after Hillary Clinton couldn't secure an agreement with the Iraqi government to keep a small contingent of forces there, they let al-Qaeda in Iraq up off the mat and gave it the time and space it needed to turn itself into what we now call the Islamic State. The Islamic State is not the JV team, and it is not contained, as Barack Obama would say. It is chopping the heads off of Christians. It is executing Americans. It is enslaving small girls and women. And now, with increasing regularity and apparent impunity, it is striking in the heart of major Western cities, from Istanbul to Paris to Brussels to Orlando and San Bernardino and many other places all around the globe. What's Barack Obama's response? He says we all watch too much cable TV and get ginned up about the threat of terrorism. He has a PR problem. Folks, if a politician tells you he has a communications problem, he has a reality problem. And the reality is that Barack Obama has consistently been too timid and too slow in the fight against the Islamic State and radical Islamic terrorism. He thinks that the threat of overreaction to terrorism may be greater than the threat of terrorism itself. That's why he sat through a baseball game with the Cuban dictator and did the wave in the middle of the Brussels attacks. After the Orlando attacks, he didn't say what we're going to do to combat ISIS. He tried to take away more guns that lawful, law-abiding American citizens own. He treats terrorists like common criminals. I, for one, don't think terrorists should ever hear the words, "You have the right to remain silent." Maybe the first words they hear is, "Welcome to Guantanamo Bay Detention Center." Yet what does Barack Obama do? He wants to close Guantanamo Bay. He wants to bring those hardened terrorists here, right here to Colorado. Well, as you saw me say on that video, I will reaffirm again today, as far as I'm concerned, they can all rot in hell, but until they do, they can rot in Guantanamo Bay. And of course, we can't talk about the threat of radical Islam unless we talk about Iran as well. The Islamic State is a grave danger, but until they control territory that's 2.5 times the size of Texas and 80 million people and an economy of over $400 billion and have a major modern military and a vast nuclear infrastructure, then the Islamic Republic of Iran will be a greater long-term threat than the Islamic State is. Now, my objections to the nuclear deal with Iran are well known. I won't rehearse them all here for you today. I will simply say this: whether Iran breaks that deal, which they have a habit of doing in their international obligations, or whether they keep that deal, they will be on the path to nuclear weapons in barely 10 to 15 years, the blink of an eye among nations. And you cannot divorce that deal either from their malign conduct throughout the Middle East. They remain, in John Kerry's own State Department's words, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in the world. They continue their reign of terror throughout the Middle East, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, on Israel's borders. They continue to support vicious terrorist groups like Hezbollah and Hamas. Earlier this year, they broke into another embassy and torched the place, which is apparently their go-to move when they're disappointed in another nation's conduct. Something far beyond the bounds of the entire civilized world. They continue to hold Americans hostage to this day. They kidnapped 10 of our sailors earlier this year and committed war crimes by parading them around on TV. They launched missiles in violation of Security Council resolutions, missiles that are inscribed with the words, "Israel must be wiped out." And what does the president do? He treats them like a normal, respectable nation. He recently said Iran should be allowed to share the Middle East. To share the Middle East. A radical terror-sponsoring country should be allowed to share one of the most vital regions in the world. He refuses to punish them for those missile tests. He gave them $1.7 billion in ransom to get some of the hostages back. He now proposes to use your tax dollars to subsidize their nuclear program, and he has John Kerry running around the world acting as if he's the president of the Iran Chamber of Commerce. That's not the way you deal with these radical theocrats who have been a mortal enemy for the United States for 37 years, who still chant on most Fridays, "Death to America" and "Death to Israel." You stand up to them and you draw a line and you say very simply, you have a binary choice. Either you eliminate your nuclear program or we will. Because time is not on our side. Time is not on our side. 10 to 15 years may seem like a long time for some of us. But if you want to see Iran's future, look to North Korea's present. In 1994, we signed a similar deal with North Korea. And in just 12 years, they conducted their first nuclear test. Now, by some estimates, they have dozens of nuclear warheads, and they continue to test missiles that are capable of striking U.S. citizens, U.S. troops, and U.S. territory. That's what the future holds for Iran if we don't make a change in course. Now, these are just the worst of the threats. I've said nothing about China or Russia. I've said nothing about Barack Obama's shabby and disrespectful treatment for our allies around the world, to include Great Britain, whom he threatened if they had the audacity to leave the European Union, a country that is one of the world's oldest democracies. Barack Obama had the temerity to go to their country and threaten them for exercising their sovereign right of self-government. Well, what drives this? This strange combination of weakness and arrogance, of appeasement and dismissiveness? I would submit to you that it's a lack of confidence in the American experiment, a lack of confidence in American exceptionalism. Now, Barack Obama says that he believes in American exceptionalism, just like the Brits believe in British exceptionalism and just like the Greeks believe in Greek exceptionalism. Well, what that really means, though, is that no nation is exceptional. That the belief in American exceptionalism is just some outmoded idea, a chauvinist prejudice for one's own land, something best got over by reasonable and intelligent adults. And in this light, the Obama-Clinton foreign policy begins to make more sense. Our so-called enemies are simply expressing legitimate historical grievances for past American wrongdoing. Our allies, rather than being a way to spread the risks and share the costs of preserving the peace, are seen as free riders who are more likely to get us in trouble than keep us out of it. It's time to come home, America. It's time to nation build here at home. Realize that we're just one more country with no special place in the story of mankind. To borrow a phrase from Hillary Clinton, it's time to lead from behind. Well, I say that we conservatives should beg to differ. We still have the old faith of our fathers. We still believe that America is a special place. We still believe in American exceptionalism, and we believe in strength and confidence in the defense of our liberty, in the preservation of our safety, and in the pursuit of our interests. We believe, to paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., if there's nothing worth fighting and dying for, then there is nothing worth living for. And why do we believe these things? We believe them because America is special. America is more than a place. America is an idea founded on the natural equality of all mankind, that we are created equal in the eyes of our Lord, man or woman, young or old, black or white, that we all have inalienable rights, life, liberty, property, the right to keep what we earn through the sweat of our brow, something that no government, no democratic majority can take away. We believe that the government exists to serve us, the people, not the other way around. And these ideas are what make America exceptional. It's why we are blessed by Providence to lead the world, to be, as Abraham Lincoln said, the last best hope on earth. And that hope rests not just here with you, not just in this country, but around the world. As I travel the world and meet with leaders, as they come to Washington, I meet with them there, whether it's from Scandinavia to the Malaysian Peninsula or the Korean Peninsula to Saudi Arabia. The world is crying out for more American leadership, for an America that is once again strong and confident and believes in the blessed role that we have played throughout our history. We owe it to the people who bequeathed this country to us and to our children and our grandchildren to take up that mantle of leadership once again. We may have some problems in this country, but where would you rather your child or grandchild be born than the United States of America? And as I said, I'll now return to Hillary Clinton when we think about the future of American leadership. I want to impress upon you the stakes of this election. Of all the people who deserve a commander-in-chief, who believe in American exceptionalism, who believe in leading from the front, not leading from behind, our troops deserve such a commander-in-chief. Hillary Clinton likes to portray herself as ready for that role, ready to lead those men and women who wear our country's uniform. She presents herself as a steady, experienced, capable hand, ready to be commander-in-chief on day one, ready to take the 3 a.m. phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, Hillary Clinton had her 3 a.m. phone call. It was called Benghazi. She slept through it, and 4 Americans died. And we now know, with the release this week of the Special Committee on Benghazi's report, she barely even lifted a finger to try to reinforce them at Benghazi. Ladies and gentlemen, Hillary Clinton is disqualified from being our commander-in-chief. Our troops deserve better. They deserve someone who will fight for them and who will fight for this country. I know this is a patriotic crowd, and Colorado is a patriotic place. I'm sure we have a lot of veterans in this audience today. We may even give them all a round of applause. I'm also sure we have some Blue Star families, moms and dads, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters whose child or parent is currently serving overseas, maybe in Iraq, maybe in Afghanistan, maybe in places that most people don't know about. And we probably even have some Gold Star families as well. Families who lost a loved one in combat. Maybe a grandfather in World War II, maybe a dad in Vietnam, maybe a sister in the War on Terror, maybe a son or daughter in the War on Terror. We owe them all a debt that we cannot repay. But the last thing we can do at least one thing that we can do is give them a commander-in-chief who will honor their sacrifice and service. And I'll leave you with two stories about those fallen heroes to frame that choice that we face. One is a story about a unit called the Old Guard at Arlington National Cemetery, a unit where I served between my deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. If you've been to Arlington, you know they guard the Tomb of the Unknowns, they perform funerals in the cemetery, they perform ceremonies around the capital region. In those days, unfortunately, they also performed something called the Dignified Transfer of Remains at Dover Air Force Base, the repatriation ceremony for soldiers who had fallen in Iraq or Afghanistan. As a junior officer, my job was to be the officer in charge. I'd take a casket team and a general as the distinguished visitor on a Black Hawk up to Dover Air Force Base, and I'd be the first person onto the aircraft coming in from Europe. I'd inspect the caskets. If the flags on those caskets were damaged, I'd replace them. We'd move the caskets out onto the vertical loader. They'd be lowered, and then the casket team would perform the ceremony, usually in the middle of the night, given the distances and time zones from the theater, often cold and windy or hot. And despite those conditions, despite the hardship of the moment, those soldiers performed that mission with the highest degree of care, attention to detail, professionalism, and yes, love. Second story, a similar ceremony at Andrews Air Force Base, 2 days after the attacks in Benghazi. The 4 Americans killed there were returned to Andrews. The President, the Secretary of State, all the senior dignitaries of our government were there. And Hillary Clinton, who we now know, thanks to those secret emails, knew the truth, that this was a pre-planned, deliberate terrorist attack, something she had shared with her own daughter and the Prime Minister of Egypt, looked in the faces of the families of those 4 fallen Americans and lied to them and told them it was the result of a videotape and they were going to get the guy who made that tape. Who do you want as your next commander-in-chief? A person who honors the patriotism and the service of those young soldiers at Dover Air Force Base? Or a person who will lie to the faces of the families of America's fallen heroes for political gain? And maybe more important, what kind of commander-in-chief will best honor the sacrifices of those fallen heroes at Dover Air Force Base and Andrews Air Force Base? Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
What a great leader. What a great leader. Aren't we proud to have him in the United States Senate? So grateful for leaders like Senator Tom Cotton. You know, the Donald Trump campaign is looking at him as a vice presidential pick. I think that would be a very good pick. He would do a great job. Great job. What a morning we've had. I told you last night that the party was just getting started, and we had an incredible morning. My goal was to bring in the best and brightest minds on the issues we care about, and to hear from them, to be equipped by them, and to be able to go out and defend the principles of conservatism. Think about who we started with. Ryan Anderson, probably, I think, the most important mind on religious freedom, the protection of marriage. We started with him. We heard from Kimberly Corbin on the Second Amendment, Colorado's own Kimberly Corbin. What a great daughter of Colorado she is. We had David Keene. We had Brittany Corona. We heard from Frank Gaffney on ISIS and the Muslim Brotherhood. He did a great job as well. I mean, what a morning we've had. And then Lila Rose to talk about life, what important work she's doing to protect the most innocent among us. That video was very hard for me to watch. My own daughter was born at 27 weeks. She weighed 1 pound 8 ounces. And to see them talking about just how they systematically tear those children apart. My daughter today is 7 years old. She's an excellent rock climber. We go rock climbing together. And I'm so grateful for the work of Lila Rose. So we started off the morning. We're going to continue it after lunch. So I want you to come back. A few important announcements. Please make sure to vote in the VP poll. That's going to be what the press is looking for from us at the end of this, who we think would be a great vice presidential pick. So go, that's right out here near the Centennial Institute information booth. Kimberly Corbin, the Second Amendment advocate who introduced David Keane, she's going to be doing pictures out here. So if you want to go get pictures with her, I strongly recommend you do. We're going to be taking a break, and we'll be right back in here. Doors open around 12:30. So come back around 1 o'clock. We'll get started again. We're going to have candidates up here, Hugh Hewitt, Steve Moore, and a great afternoon awaits us. So thank you all. We'll see you right back here after lunch.
Please welcome the chairman of the Western Conservative Summit, Jeff Hunt.
Good afternoon. Everyone have a good lunch? Ready to get back to work? The work that we're doing is laying out the platform, the policies, the positions of the modern conservative movement. And this is such an important gathering. So I want to thank all of you for being a part of this. The one comment I heard consistently about the morning session was that it was so substantive, that we just learned things, that we heard from the brightest minds, that it was a great, great moment. So thank you all for being a part of that. We're going to continue on. I got this pin here. It says, Colorado's Bill Armstrong for Vice President 1988. We had a little former staff reunion luncheon for all the former Armstrong staff. And you know, at one point they wanted him to run for president. And they actually did a poll, and he actually came out pretty favorably. And I was talking to Bill about this recently, and true to kind of Bill Armstrong wit, he said, well, all those people that saw Armstrong on there probably thought they were voting for the man that landed on the moon, not me. But there was a point where they wanted him to be either the vice president or the president of the United States. He was that good of a leader. So we're grateful for him. I'm going to bring up our economic panel for our 1 o'clock session. It's going to be moderated by Hugh Hewitt, and we're going to hear from some great voices today on the state of the economy, what's at stake, what's coming up with this presidential election, what happened after Brexit. So all those different issues that we're going to face today, we're facing today, we're going to discuss with our economic panel. So please join me in welcoming Hugh Hewitt, Steve Moore, and Andy Puzder.
Well, Andy and I are going to start. Thank you, Jeff. We lost Steve Moore, which is pretty funny, actually.
It's so typical of Steve Moore, though.
It's kind of an inside joke.
I'll fill in for Steve.
Jeff Hunt will come in and we'll talk this. So I want to say a couple of words. I'll say words about Jeff taking over the Centennial Institute from John. Done a wonderful job. Great conference. Thanks for all being here. Andy here runs one of the most competitive businesses in one of the most competitive industries in the United States. All of us have eaten at a CKE restaurant somewhere. I have eaten at them, as you can tell, often. I love Carl's Jr. I'm a Hardee's guy going way back. And he recently, well, we got some Hardee's people here. And Andy, though, he's a treasure to us in a restaurant world. But if he writes for the Wall Street Journal, it's terrific. Because what he does is he brings the perspective of a CEO to this. Well, we're waiting for Steve. Would you tell him what you wrote about the minimum wage? Because I had him on my radio show because his message on the minimum wage is the most important message. You can take it away.
You know, the problem with the minimum wage is that it really doesn't address the problem. It's an attempt by liberals, by progressives, to raise wages when what we really need to do to raise wages is to increase the number of jobs so that people are, so that employers are competing for employees rather than employees competing for a limited number of jobs. And we've got 7 years here of economic policies that have destroyed jobs, and the very people that destroyed the jobs that would have allowed the competitiveness are now the people trying to force businesses to raise wages to compensate for the fact that their policies failed. President Obama's policies have not created jobs, and to the extent they can, the great majority have been part-time and low-wage jobs. So you've got guys, you know, with a wife and 2 kids having to work a minimum wage or a low-income job, where they really should be looking at manufacturing jobs or construction jobs, which have been greatly depleted. So the solution here isn't to increase wages for jobs that actually don't produce enough value to justify the wage. And if you're hiring people and you lose money when you hire them, you're not going to hire them, so you just kill jobs. The solution is policies that encourage economic growth, that will create jobs, that will create competition for jobs, that will create not only jobs but careers and lift everybody instead of trying to, take the 1 or 2% that make minimum wage and pretend that raising the minimum wage is going to materially help the economy. It's not Government mandates don't work. Free enterprise works.
Now, and Jeff, jump in with a question for Andy when you want, but my follow-up is, how many entry-level workers do you employ, and what happens to the people who want their first job when you raise the minimum wage?
Well, we employ, now I have to say, most of our restaurants are franchised, and we employ, with our franchisees, about 75,000 people in the United States. And at a maximum, 3 to 4% of those would make minimum wage. And quite honestly, if you're working in one of our restaurants or one of our franchisees' restaurants, and you're doing a good job, if you're making a minimum wage after 2 or 3 months, there's a problem. You know, nobody should be making minimum wage for a very long period of time. So it's a very, very small percentage, even of the like our workforce, which has a lot of jobs that normally high school students would have taken, or people that are retired and want to supplement their incomes. Even in ours, it's a very low percentage. So when you hear about a fight for 15, it's a fight for 15 for a very small percentage of people. Well, so why would people make that fight? Well, it's political. It's not like you're really trying to help these people. If you were trying to help them, you would be generating economic growth, which would create independence as opposed to dependence on government, and you could see incomes and careers grow and flower. So it's really a very small percentage. It's super small. And what people will do is they will hire less people. They will try and get more out of the people that are working for them, and they will automate positions. It's not, you can go in any restaurant and see the ordering kiosks. Those used to be people standing behind the counter, so you're going to see more automation.
Yeah, my first job was actually in fast food. I really wanted, it was a different company. That's right. But my first job, 15 years old, I really wanted to work for McDonald's. I thought that was going to be a great opportunity to, you know, when you're that young, you just want to have something to start with. And you want to get that experience, and you want to be able to get out there and transition in your career. The biggest concern I've had with the raising of the minimum wage is it takes away those job opportunities for young people like when I was 15 to want to just be able to start and get that job going. But I think the primary issue, you touched on it, was how do you create an economy by which you have those great entry-level jobs, but they only stay there for 2 or 3 months. You know, maybe speak a little bit to how you've done that with CKE. How do you create a transitionary period or a pathway by which people can start like I did at 15, work in the drive-through, and you know, serving the food, doing all that fun stuff, and then transition them through a company to where they can have a successful career?
Yeah, you know, I actually started the same way. I started for $1 an hour, which was minimum wage in 1966, at a Baskin and Robbins scooping ice cream. And when people talk about taking the minimum wage to 15, my question always is, look, I started out scooping ice cream. How good at scooping ice cream can you possibly be? I mean, you can only get so good at this. It's just not going to, hey, Steve, I think you have to go around this way.
We're throwing Jeff off now.
We're
and we're going to let
Steve.
Here comes Steve Moore.
But our intent with minimum wage jobs is, number one, if you work at our company and you're trying to put yourself through college, or you want a little spending money in high school to take your girlfriend out on a date, we'll give you that job. If you want to get involved and you want to work your way up the ladder in our restaurants, you can move to general manager. Our general managers make as much as $80,000 plus bonus. You can become a district manager or regional manager. The young man and he's young to me now, I'm 66, he's probably like 50, which seems younger and younger every year. But the young man who's our chief operating officer started out as a fry cook in a restaurant in Kentucky in the 1980s, and he's now the chief operating officer of our 3,000 domestic restaurants. So you can work your way up, you can earn money to go to college, you can get that initial one of the proudest days of my life was when the owner of the franchisee, the owner of the Baskin Robbins where I worked, gave me the keys and told me I could open the store the next morning. Now that meant a lot to me, and I remember the day.
Arthur Brooks' theory of earned success. Yesterday, Ben Sass told the Armstrong Fellows, who are our 200 college students, that they would have 19 to 20 to 21 jobs in the course of their career. Steve Moore, who's the author of the brand new book, Fueling America, do you think policymakers have fully understood yet the disaggregation of the comfortable economy where you signed on and you stayed on into what is now the platform economy?
By the way, great to be here in Colorado. Thanks so much for the invitation. What a great state this is. And I don't know how many of you heard the news, but this morning, Barbra Streisand Alec Baldwin, Michael Moore, and Nancy Pelosi vowed that if Donald Trump is president, they will leave the country. So, you know, I mean, do we need to know anything more? I'll just play off your question. Look, I'm an incredible optimistic about the U.S. economy. After 7 years of a president who's done almost everything wrong, there is so much low-hanging fruit out there to make this economy grow. We've been growing at 2% for the last 7 years. You all know this. This is the weakest recovery we've had from a recession since the Great Depression. We would have $3 trillion more GDP today. $3 trillion more, that's more than the entire GDP of Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania together, if we had had a Reagan-style expansion rather than a Obama expansion. And not only has the economy only been growing at 2%, but in the last 6 months, the economy has actually decelerated. Now we've been growing at 1%. That's pathetic. That's barely treading water. That's getting very close to recession territory. So I do believe that if we elect Donald Trump, and we are going to win, Donald Trump is going to win this election. When we win, there's 3 or 4 quick areas that I think we can just shoot out of the gate and make some big improvements. And I'll just really quickly, first, we're going to come out with a tax plan next week that is going to be the biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan in 1981. I mean, a massive reduction in taxes on business, on workers, to jumpstart the economy. It worked for Reagan, it worked for JFK. My goodness, it worked for Calvin Coolidge. It's going to work for Trump. We're going to go from the highest tax rate country in the world on businesses to the lowest. You're going to see all those businesses come back to the United States. Second of all, energy. Energy is just a huge issue. Hillary is completely hog-tied to the radical environmentalists and people like Tom Steyer. We're going to produce American energy. We think that we can, within 5 years, make America energy independent for the first time in 50 years, which is an amazing thing. And ladies and gentlemen, I am not talking about building windmills. I'm talking about using coal and oil and gas, and this country was built on fossil fuels. So that's number 2. Number 3, we are going to repeal Obamacare, and nobody knows better than you do, Andy, as a businessman, you know, the disaster of Obamacare. I won't get into that, just to say we're going to have a health care plan that covers every American, but gives them choices and lowers costs and provides high quality of care. One just related thing I've got to get off my chest: why don't we have a health care? We ought to provide our veterans in this country the greatest health care in the world, not the worst, and we've been doing that. And I'll stop there because I've talked to you.
Okay, now I'm going to go back to my question, though. Both Steve and I was on MSNBC this morning. Steve was on Fox, so we're both used to.
Anybody here watch MSNBC? You're in the wrong room. No, just kidding.
So the point of being a pundit is, no matter what the question is, make sure you get your point across. But here, for the benefit of the young people especially, the economy is completely transformed. Do we have policies that we need?
What do you mean by that?
That they will change jobs so many more times than the average American did. And Sass's point was 20 jobs would not be unusual for a 20-year-old.
Well, Andy, why don't you go first on that? Because you're, and then I'll.
Well, I think that's happened for a number of reasons. I think that people will have more jobs just because there should be more opportunities. If they're college students, they're going to have the kind of education you need to take the kind of jobs that this economy has been creating. The problem is we're not creating jobs for low-skilled workers. It's not a problem of college students. It's a problem of low-skilled workers. And then not only are they going overseas, not only is there competition for those low-skilled jobs from people that maybe shouldn't be here legally, or that maybe should be here legally but aren't, but we've also got a problem of the technology, of our technologically based economy creating jobs that you have to have an education for. So I can see moving from job to job to job rather than staying with that manufacturing job at the Ford plant, you know, or the Carrier air conditioner plant that's not going to be there anymore. I can see why people would feel these jobs aren't going to continue on and on. So
my view on this is that the truth is there are a lot of jobs in this country, and if you've got a skill, and I know there are a lot of high school and college kids in this room. I mean, if you've got a skill, if you know how to do something, you can get a job in 2 days. Would you disagree with that, Andy? I mean, right. You want somebody who knows how to do something.
A good job,
a good job. And the problem is, and I've talked to a guy named Bob Funk. He runs the biggest employment agency in the United States. He employs 500,000 people a year. And he says, you send me somebody who knows how to do anything mechanical or engineering or accounting or any useful skill, then he can find him a job. He said, the people I can't find a job for is anybody who has a political science degree or a psychology degree, a sociology degree. You know, there's no demand for that. And shame on our education system, in my opinion. We keep spewing out kids of high school and college. We spend $250,000, you know, to educate these kids, and they don't know anything. I mean, how many of you, how many of you had shop class in your high school? I mean, I did. Did you have shop when you were?
Yeah,
they don't do that anymore. We don't teach people how to do anything, and this gets to the issue that really sticks in my craw. It's going to be a big issue in this election, is the minimum wage. There is nothing, now I know, Andy, you talk so persuasively about the problem of how it destroys jobs, but I want to take it further. You know, how many of you in this room, your first job was a minimum wage job? Raise your hand. You know, almost everybody was. I'll give you a hint about how old I am. My first job, $2.10 an hour.
Okay. He beat you. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
I was $1 an hour.
$1 an hour. Well, you're a little older than I am. Right. But, you know, I was working at a warehouse.
And look at, too.
I was working at a warehouse outside of Chicago, Illinois, where I grew up. It was, you know, today they call it a sweatshop. You know, I learned so much on that job. You learn how to show up for work, how to be nice to your boss, how to run a cash register or a forklift or something like that. But you know what I learned on that job? I know I don't want to do this for the rest of my life.
Right.
And then I started, you know, so let's get young people into the workforce and not raise the minimum wage, because we're going to, you know, the best thing we can do for parents out there, the best thing you can do if you have a kid between the age of 14 and 20, get them a job this summer. Get them a job, get them working.
And now my next question, this is the perfect pairing. We're missing Mary, who's in your program. She got stuck for 6 hours waiting for a plane and sends her deep regrets. But the upside of that is I can ask the conservative intellectual economist and the conservative business person who actually employs or helps franchisees employ 75,000 people to explain what is a very consequential decision by Great Britain to exit the EU. It's got so many important ramifications that I'd like both the 30,000 feet and a businessman's perspective of what that means and why it happened. Why don't we start with you, Steve, and then we'll go to Andy.
So this was power to the people. It's why we're going to win in Washington this year, because it was basically the working class of Britain who basically said enough of the ruling class, the elite. You know, every single elitist outlet in Britain and Europe and the United States was against Brexit. And I'm not exaggerating. So you had every media person, every person in entertainment, every political figure, even, you know, the thing that I think pushed it over the edge, by the way, was then when Barack Obama went over to London and told them not to vote for it, and the Brits said, hell with you, we are going to vote for this. But I think this is such a huge thing, because what is going on, not just in Britain, not just in Europe, but in the United States and all over the world, is people are sick and tired of being told by nameless bureaucrats, you know, what kind of teapot you can use, what kind of light bulb you can put in your lamp, how big the banana is you can buy. I mean, unbelievable regulations that were in Brussels that were regulating the way people in Britain live. And you know what? They were sick of it. And I'll say one other thing. This was a vote against the radical climate change agenda. I hope this is off the record, I'm going to say it. Climate change is the greatest scam of the last 100 years. It's a scam. That's all I got to say.
Andy, Brexit.
Well, had I been a citizen of the UK, I would have voted for Brexit. I would have voted to leave. I'm voting for Republicans in this election. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, because I do not want Washington, D.C. to control every decision I have to make as a businessman or as an individual. And if I were a resident of UK, if I were a Brit, I would not have wanted people to make those decisions out of Brussels. I would have wanted people in the UK to make them. And so I think it's a very, very important decision. I think the most compelling thing about it is the pollsters got it completely wrong. They just didn't see. I went to bed that night. You know, Steve was on TV. I went to sleep and didn't find out till the next morning. But I went to bed thinking this thing was going to win, because everybody told me it was going to win. And it didn't. It didn't pass because there was an uprising by people, I think like the people in this room, and I know like the people on this stage, that were just fed up with the growth of government, with the expansion of controlling globalist powers, and want to take back some of their independence and some of their liberty. And I think that's what happened in Great Britain. I hope it's what happens here, and I can't wait till November.
And by the way, did you see what happened? That when I was on TV that night, the stock market fell by 600 points because the market's hyperventilated over this. But I said on TV that night and the next morning that this was a complete overreaction, that this was good, this was a power to the people. It was the big loser with Brexit is socialism, right? Socialism was what failed in that referendum, and this is good for growth. It's good for workers, and the stock market in Britain and in the United States has recovered every penny it lost.
Absolutely.
And I was on the radio urging people to refinance their homes in that brief moment when the Brexit panic drove interest rates below 4%.
Exactly.
Let me, though, bring up the most disconcerting thing. We're in friendly territory here. These people are smart. They're at a conservative summit. They care about ideas. But it was not a mirage. We saw tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people sign up for Bernie Sanders, go to his rallies, contribute money, believe fervently in an ideal that it manifests itself most obviously in Venezuela. What happened, Andy, and then I'll go to you, Steve. What happened to a generation of Americans, because it was mostly a young person's phenomenon and some very old hippies. What happened that they believe this stuff?
Well, I think for the great majority of young people, there are older people that believe this, and they're just not very smart. But younger people really don't understand what capitalism is. They haven't been taught the value of free enterprise. They haven't. If college students understood the value of what we have in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, you wouldn't have people trying to destroy the First Amendment on college campuses because they might be offended. We have great, incredible protections in this country for our individual liberties and our economic freedoms, and I think people have gotten spoiled, and they just haven't been. We've let the education system get away from us. It's been taken over by unions, and we've got a whole generation of people that just haven't been educated as to what capitalism is. I'll bet if you took a poll and you inserted the word free enterprise instead of capitalism, that the numbers would be manifestly different, because free enterprise sounds good, and capitalism, they've been convinced, doesn't sound good. I don't think they get it. Venezuela is a perfect example. I mean, the Soviet Union was a perfect example. China, before red capitalism, is a perfect example. North Korea versus South Korea are perfect examples. Socialism doesn't work. It's never worked. It's never going to work. It's a way to steal power. It's a way to control people. It's not a way to liberate people. We have a country that was based on liberating people, allowing them to achieve and succeed, and we need to keep it.
Well, well said. I don't have much to add to this. I'm just going to say this because I feel compelled to, and that is, this is 4th of July weekend. 4th of July is my favorite holiday of the year. I mean, is this a great, great country or what? And one of the things I try to tell young people who are so fascinated with socialism is this, that, the freedom and liberty that you talked about, that doesn't come free, right? Our forefathers fought for it. They gave up their life, liberty, and everything they had, their property, to make us free. And freedom and liberty are very precious and fragile things. And most countries in the world are not free. Most people in the world are not free. And what I try to tell these young people is, you've got to fight for freedom. Don't give away your freedoms. Why do you want to give your power to these people in Washington, D.C.? Keep and honor and fight for your freedom. And I think that's the whole message of this conference and the message of America. We are the freest country in the world, and because we're the freest country in the world, we're the richest country in the world, and we're the greatest country in the world as well.
Now let's turn to the election. Andy is generous with his time. He's going to chair one of the subcommittees of the Platform Committee in Cleveland, which means he gets to spend an extra week in the greatest city in the United States. I'm from Cleveland, Steve, be careful. And the Indians have won 14 in a row, including one in 19 innings last night, and we are the NBA champs. But while you're in the city of glory...
Whoa, and the Indians on a how many game winning streak?
14.
Yeah, by the way, I'm from Cleveland too, so Steve's a little outnumbered here.
Yeah. But when you sit down around that platform, it's got to both put forward what the Republican Party believes in, but it has to attack Hillary as well. What do you want to see in your subcommittee and in the platform as a whole on the economy as the key points that ought to define this election cycle?
Well, the important thing for Republicans is to continue to emphasize that we are the pro-growth party. And it's growth that lifts us from recession to prosperity. And the Democrats often talk about income inequality as the big problem in the United States. Income inequality is not the big problem in the United States. Income inequality is a result of the problem. The problem is not enough opportunity and too much poverty. So we need to reduce poverty, we need to increase opportunity. There's only one way to do that, and it's economic growth. It's not government mandates, it's not the government telling us what to do, it's releasing that incredible dynamic entrepreneurial energy that we have in this country that's been dammed up by a dam made of government mandates, higher taxes, and regulation. We need to set it free, and there's only one system in the history of the world that sets that kind of individual entrepreneurship free, and that's free market capitalism. And we need to be the party of free market capitalism. People need, and big trade is the big issue in my part of the platform. And I think, look, trade is important. We have to have trade. Donald Trump says it. I don't know anybody that doesn't say that. Trade's important. We need it. We don't need huge trade deficits. We don't need these enormous trade deficits, and we can reduce them by better negotiated trade deals, and who on earth could argue against having better negotiated deals? And we can lower trade deficits by enforcing the deals that we have. And I think that's something that Donald Trump supports. I think that's really what he's trying to say when he's out on the stump. And I don't see any reason why other Republicans shouldn't support it as well. It just makes sense.
Steve?
So, look, the Democrats are the party that craves power, right? They are all about control and power over people's lives. And when you look at the modern-day Democratic Party, it is controlled by three groups. Labor unions, trial lawyers, and radical green environmentalists. And they are all trying to capture more and more power in Washington. There's an amazing statistic, you know this because you live in Washington, D.C. 3 of the 4 wealthiest counties in the United States are in Washington, D.C., and we don't produce anything, right? All we produce is lawyers, lobbyists, and politicians. Funny how that happens. So every time you have these massive spending bills, people in Colorado don't get rich off it, people in California don't get rich off it, or my home state of Illinois or Virginia. The people who get rich off of government are people who live in Washington, D.C. I love this message of power to the people. That's what we're about. We want to take power away from these corrupt, incompetent politicians, and we want to give it back to the states and the localities and the people, all right? That's what our movement is about. And I think one other thing, Hugh, I want to see Donald Trump. I'm thinking more about his speech that he gives at that convention because I think it's going to be really crucial to him winning. And what I want him to do is go out of his way to say, look, if you're Hispanic, we want your vote. If you're Asian, we want your vote. If you're gay, we want your vote. If you're whatever you are, we want you to be part of our party because what we're about is giving more freedom and enriching this country. This has been the worst recovery since the Great Recession. And one last thing, we cannot afford 4 more years of Obamonomics, and that's what you're going to get with Hillary.
Now, most of the people in this room understand how a President Clinton Supreme Court driven Supreme Court with her appointees would have packed religious liberty and Second Amendment. They get that. What about the business world? And Andy, you've had to deal with the California Supreme Court and the California legislature and your companies in Tennessee now. What is the consequence of a radicalized, and I mean that sincerely, hard left justices on the Supreme Court when it comes to business?
Well, it's the same problem you have with any of these issues, which is that the judges on the left ignore the Constitution. The Constitution is a roadblock to accomplishing policy. If, in fact, the policy that's being promoted, if they can find a way to justify it with the Constitution, they will. If they can't, they, in effect, rewrite the Constitution. And when it comes to increasing the government's power through its taxing power, as Justice Roberts unfortunately did in the Obamacare case, or through the Commerce Clause, or through whatever section of the Constitution they can kind of wheedle things, they will. Right now, there's a big challenge in our industry to what's called franchising. And I don't know how many of you are aware of what franchising is, but it's a way that you can be in business for yourself, but not by yourself. It's where you associate with a larger firm. And most of our restaurants, we're 94% franchised. And they are attacking the government, the NLRB, the labor unions, the Department of Labor, are attacking the franchise model because when individuals work for a franchisee, if they own a Hardee's restaurant, and you want to unionize them, you can't go to the franchisor and unionize all of our 75,000 domestic employees, because the employees aren't ours. The employees are the employees of the franchisee, the person who actually owns the restaurant. Well, they want to destroy that separation and try and make the franchisor the employee of all of those employees. And quite honestly, this franchise business model has lifted more people from the working class to the middle class than any business model in history. They don't care. The NLRB has passed something called the Joint Employer Standard, where they will try and make franchisors the employees of the franchisees. I am absolutely confident that if Hillary Clinton becomes president and appoints justices of the Supreme Court, it will destroy the franchise business model. That's just one example, but I wanted to give you an example that wasn't a generalization. It will destroy the franchise business model, it will be terrible for the economy, and it will really hurt small businesses, which, of course, if you listen to Democrats, that's all they intend to protect. But it will destroy small businesses.
Let me give you another example, if I may, Hugh. And that is, I mean, most of you have probably been following these regulations that have put our coal industry out of business. Yes. Now, I live in Virginia. You have a home in Virginia, right? So Virginia, we're a coal producer. Do they produce coal in Colorado? I think you've got coal in Colorado. Illinois, my home state, is a coal state. Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, Wyoming, North Dakota. We have more coal than any other country in the world, and we have 500 years worth of it. Obama has basically been on a jihad to destroy the coal industry in America. It is not only bad economics, it's inhumane. You go to some of these towns in Virginia that are coal, third, fourth generation coal towns, and Obama has completely obliterated those towns, and all that is left in unemployment lines and people on meth. I mean, it is a disgrace what Obama has done to our coal industry. The Supreme Court, and he does not have the authority to do this. He doesn't have the authority through the EPA to simply make these regulations. First of all, shame on the Republican Congress for not standing up to Obama on these regulations, right? We need a Congress that is going to repeal some of these regulations, because when I looked in I don't know about you guys, when I looked in my civics book, there's 3 branches of government. There's a legislative branch, an executive branch, and a judicial branch, and the executive branch does not have the authority to make these laws. I'll tell you one thing that Donald Trump is going to do on the first day he's in office. He's going to repeal every single one of Barack Obama's illegal executive orders.
Yep. Andy knows this, Steve probably doesn't, but my law practice is endangered species and wetlands, where I'm used to the regulatory state, and they've gotten out of control. And so I'm used to losing. You fight valiantly against the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers, but I had not heard about the franchisor rule. I really hadn't, because that's every subway. In fact, if you drive home tonight, you'll go by 100 franchises, I would bet. So what's the status? I mean, did you know that, Steve?
Yeah,
I did not know this.
Look, Andy is right. The backbone of American small business is the franchise model. You can be, you know this. You have a guy who worked at Hardee's for a few years, maybe saved up some money, $50,000, $100,000, wants to
learned how to run a restaurant.
Right, wants to run the business. And what's going to happen if Obama and Hillary have their way? Andy taught me this. Is the franchise model will be gone, and this is a uniquely American thing, isn't it? That we have franchises. I mean, many other countries have this.
This was a creation in the United States.
Yeah.
We're spreading it across the world,
right.
And we're now. When I took over back in 2000, we had about 1% of our restaurants outside the United States. We're now 20% outside the United States. They're all franchised, and we've opened more restaurants outside the U.S. than inside the U.S. the last 3 years in a row because of this franchise business model. People around the world are sucking this in like oxygen when they find it, and here. The NLRB has ruled McDonald's is the one that's fighting it. They're trying to make McDonald's employees, not employees of the franchisees, but of McDonald's, solely so they can unionize them. This is all about unions. It's nothing to do with whether this is an effective business model or is creating wealth or is creating prosperity or is lifting people up. It's about the union.
Well, isn't it also true that, as most of you know in this room, the evil Obamacare law has a 50-worker rule. So if you hire more than 50 workers, all of those mandates and extra costs are imposed on your business. So, we see in the Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers every month, a lot of employers are holding their employment down to 45 to 50. What they want, another part of this that's insidious, is they want to say any Hardee's, even if it only has 20 workers, is subject to the 50-worker rule because they're part of the huge corporation. And that, too, will destroy small business.
Let me close with,
and
go ahead.
Not only that, but, sex discrimination, race discrimination, wage and hour law violations. The franchisors will have to put people in every franchise restaurant to make sure that laws aren't being violated, because now they'll be responsible for their franchisees' conduct, and that just isn't going to work. Those are the reasons why other countries don't have growth, and why our country does, because we haven't traditionally done that. Sorry.
I want to close on two, a negative and a positive. The negative Steve touched on, which is Obamacare, and you're both very familiar with this. It's not front and center in this election, and the consequences in terms of rising premium, skyrocketing deductibles, massive numbers of people who have insurance but can't find a doctor are so incredibly destructive, and yet it's gone from the campaign. I'll ask you both that, and then I'll close with the optimistic question. Steve?
So, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Well, why isn't it front and center?
No, it should be. I mean, look, every poll shows that 75% of Americans want Obamacare gone. It's horrible for our health. People are covered. We covered 15 million people with Medicaid. Medicaid is the worst health insurance system in the world. I mean, the studies show people are better off not having health insurance at all rather than being on Medicaid. We ought to have a system that allows people to go out and choose the health insurance of, whatever they want. We ought to allow people to choose insurance across state lines, right? That's something the Democrats are against. And we got to do something about the out-of-control medical malpractice trial lawyers, right? We got to put a cap on those costs. If you do that, I believe we can provide a much higher quality of care to the average American. We can cover everybody, and we can do it at with about 1/3 savings in the health insurance market.
Andy, are you confident? I don't know if you're part of the platform committee, has Obamacare, but will it be front and center at the convention and in the campaign?
Yeah, number one, it's not part of I'm stuck with the trade part. I don't have to deal with the Obamacare part. But Obamacare will be front and center. Donald Trump's been very clear about this. He will repeal and replace Obamacare. It's also very clear that Hillary Clinton will make it worse. And the thing's already on a death spiral. The only way they can make it worse is by taking more money from us to try and make it survive. The thing just isn't going to last. Young people aren't signing up. I mean, why would you sign up for Obamacare if you're young? Number one, you're probably not going to get sick. Number two, you've got a huge deductible. So if you end up having to spend $10,000 a year on insurance and have a $5,000 deductible, that's $15,000 before you get any care. And if you're young, you're not even going to need the care. And lastly, the penalty is less than the insurance. And if you do get sick, let's say you come down with a debilitating disease, you can sign up on the next sign-up period because there's no pre-existing condition requirement. But it will be front and center. It is part of what Donald Trump talks about. I think maybe because the parties and the candidates' positions on it are so clear and everybody knows it, it's probably not getting talked about enough. Hopefully it'll come out in the debates, but it will be front and center, I think, for Republicans.
I know we're coming to an end, and I just have to get this off my chest. I know a lot of you in this room get asked by your friends or colleagues, why vote for Donald Trump? And I always, the way I like to do this, and I'll just give this, is what I call the 4 C's. HC, PC, SC, and TC. HC, he's not Hillary Clinton. PC, he's going to fight political correctness in this country and put an end to it and get rid of the police speech. SC is he's going to put 3 conservatives on the Supreme Court, and TC is we're going to cut the hell out of taxes. So that's your argument for Donald Trump.
And last question has to do with the new economy. Uber is, many of you got here via Uber today. It disaggregates power, it empowers individuals. California has attempted to destroy Uber by bringing it under the same work regime that every other employer has. Can the regulators possibly win against the power of the individual?
You know why this issue is so big? I mean, the whole issue with Airbnb and Uber and all these, the left always loves to talk about how they're pro-technology, pro-future. They're not pro. We're the party of the future. We're the party of change. We're the party of technology. So they're the ones that are trying to put Uber out of business. They're trying to put Airbnb out of business, and you go down. They're trying to put Google out of it. Did you know the United States government is suing one of our great companies, Google, because they say they violate antitrust laws because they make a better mousetrap? I mean, what's wrong with this country? Can you imagine China, suing one of their companies that's productive, efficient, has made millionaires of thousands. Everybody uses Google, and our stupid government is suing them. I mean, that's what's wrong with Washington.
So, Andy, can the regulators beat free enterprise, or is it inevitable that the entrepreneur wins?
The only country in the world where the regulators haven't beaten free enterprise in the history of the world is the United States.
But they're trying.
And the only thing that stands between us and a victory by the regulators, which used to be called the oppressors, now they're called the regulators, the only thing standing between them and our freedom is us, is the democratic process that the Founding Fathers put in place to protect this country and the values that this country has existed on for 200 years. I pray to God it goes another 200 years. These are the values. Quite honestly, this is why Donald Trump was nominated. Yeah. Working class Americans, it's interesting. He's a rich guy. They don't resent him. They don't envy him. They don't think he's some, arrogant rich guy. They see him as a successful guy, and they want to emulate him. They want to be like him. That's the America I grew up in. That's the America I remember. That's the America I'm willing to stand up for and defend. And if we stand up for it and defend it, the regulators will not win. If we don't, they'll succeed. Yep.
Please join me in thanking Steve Moore, Andy Pezzer. Thank you very much, America.
All right. What'd you all think? Was that good? All right. Steve was much better than I could have done, so glad we found him. If you're a candidate or elected official, you know what to do. Come on up to the sides, candidates or elected officials. We're going to spend just a few minutes getting to know some of the candidates or elected officials that might be in the audience today. They're going to get a chance to come on up and introduce themselves and either what they're running for or which district they serve. That's it. No time for political speeches. Just introduce yourself, and then we'll move off. As a 501c3, we're not allowed to endorse any candidates or even get involved in any direct electioneering. So John Andrews came up with a brilliant way to talk about the difference between Republicans and Democrats. If you were in the room 2 years ago, you remember we talked about steak versus salads, right? So Republicans we use the word steak, and if they were Democrats, we use the word salad. And I was managing the Twitter account for Centennial at that point, and all these vegans were wondering why this conservative conference was bashing salad so much. So the candidates today, for the most part, are all lovers of steak. And so I'm happy to give them a second to introduce themselves and either the people they serve or the office they are seeking. So please join me in welcoming some of our candidates. So we'll start here.
My name is George Athanasopoulos. I am running for Congress in the 7th Congressional District against 10-year incumbent Democrat Ed Pelosi. Oh, I'm sorry, Perlmutter. Sorry. My name is George Athanasopoulos, and my website is georgeforcolorado.com. Thank you so much.
Hi, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the time. My name is Nicholas Morse. I'm running in Colorado's 2nd Congressional District against Jared Polis. And if you saw the polls recently, we are dead even heading into the general. Thank you.
My name is Casper Stockham. I'm running against Diana DeGette in CD1 in Denver. Just want to let you know this is her last year in office.
Hello all, my name is Ramon Doan. I'm running for State Senate District 33. Only a few people. I'm running against Angela Williams, current state HD7 representative. So if you guys would like to help me out, just spread my name for Northeast Denver. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm running for CU Region at Large. I'm Heidi Ganal. And I believe education is the key to keeping the American dream alive.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am running for House District 28, the heart of Lakewood. My name is Nancy Palazzi, and I would appreciate any support I can get. Remember, Palazzi, not Pelosi.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Beckman, and I'm running for House District 38. That's Littleton, Centennial, Beaumar, and Columbine Valley in Arapahoe County. Thank you.
My name is Sonia Rose. It's an honor to be here. I am running for state legislature, House District 18 against Pete Lee. I can't wait to beat Pete Lee, and I look forward to your support. I'm looking to raise $100,000 first. Sonia Rose for Colorado.com. 4 is F-O-R, not the number 4. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Doty. I'm a current county commissioner in Arapahoe County running for State Senate District 26 in Arapahoe County, and I need to win this seat so we can keep the Senate majority. Thank you.
My name is Corey Piper, and I'm running for House District 11 in Boulder County. The Democrats are not invincible.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Conti. I currently do serve the city of Littleton and Western Centennial at the state capitol. And in 2016, I am now a candidate for Arapahoe County Commissioner, District 1.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Walter. I'm running for House District 52. That's the east side of Fort Collins. I'm running against a very strong progressive. I ran in 2014 and having been outspent 12-1, was very close. So I could use all the support I can get. DonnaWalter.com. Thank you very much.
My name's Randy Baumgardner. I currently serve in the state. Serving in the state Senate, Senate District 8, running for that seat again. Randy Baumgardner for Colorado.com. Appreciate your support.
Good afternoon. I'm Britta Horn, the Routt County Treasurer Public Trustee in beautiful Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Kim Ransom running for re-election to House District 44, which is Parker and Lone Tree.
My name is Vicki Marble, currently running and serving Senate District 23. I am proud to be running again to serve the great constituents of Senate District 23, and I would like to add that I am once again the Principal of Liberty and the Colorado Union of Taxpayers #1 Senator.
Hi, I'm Kevin Lundberg. I've never been an Armstrong Fellows. But I am an alumnus of CCU, and I currently serve in the Colorado Senate as the Assistant Majority Leader. I'm in the middle of my final term. Thank you.
I'm State Senator Kent Lambert, not running at all this year, since I'm second year into a 4-year term. I'm from El Paso County, the largest county in Colorado, and from Colorado Springs.
We got any millennials in the house right now? Yeah. I'm Dave Williams. I'm running for House District 15, and millennials, I want to let you know something. The key to success is hard work and honoring all the voters that came before you. You want to know more about that? Come see me afterward. Please support me. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hello, I'm Joanne Winholz, Adams County, House District 30, and it's all about faith, family, and freedom. So let's go. Thank you. Good morning to all the wonderful conservatives. Doesn't it just fill you up at this place? Woo! I'm Perry Buck, House District 49, running for re-election. Thank you so much for being here. It's a wonderful place. Thank you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, Western Conservative Summit. I'm Polly Lawrence. I serve as the Assistant Minority Leader in the House. For those of you who are at the convention, how many more seats do we need to get the majority? 2 more seats. I'm running for re-election in House District 39, which is Douglas and Teller County. We need all your help to make sure that we turn the House red this year. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. You need to excuse Representative Lawrence. She just got up. That's why she thought it was morning. But other than that, I'm State Senator Jerry Sonnenberg. I represent the northern 2/3 of the Eastern Plains, 11 counties, 21,000 square miles, and it's an honor to finish second behind Senator Marble in the principle of liberties and the cut rating. So thank you.
And last but not least, my name is Raymond Garcia. I'm running for the House of Representatives in District 1, which is in southwest Denver. And this is the Marine that is going to take a Denver district and turn it Republican.
So we've had 2 miracles. We were able to get Donald Trump and Eric Erickson and Ben Shapiro to come to the same event. That's miracle number 1. And miracle number 2 is we got all the politicians across the stage in time. So that was pretty good. Very grateful for the wonderful work of our local representatives. We had Ben Sass at our dinner last night, and Senator Sass said that if we're really conservatives, the center of our universe, the center of our world should be our local neighborhoods, not Washington, D.C. And if we really believe that, then we need to honor the people that serve our local communities like these politicians do, just as much as we would someone seeking the presidency. So please give a round of applause for all the wonderful local servants that we have. So we're going to do something a little special now. This is something new to the Western Conservative Summit, so you all are going to get to experience that for the first time. And I'm going to bring up one of our 1776 scholars to introduce this new project that you all are going to help us with. Please welcome Amy Smith.
Let's welcome Centennial Institute 1776 scholar Amy Smith.
We have all heard actions speak louder than words. This year, the Western Conservative Summit is launching a new program to encourage our attendees to do something for others. It is called Take Action, and we hope that this program will impact you as individuals and all of us as a community. The vision behind it comes from a desire to have our guests not just listen to the dynamic speakers here at the summit, but also to do something about what you have learned. We want you to be able to apply what you have learned both during and after this event. This is so important in our world today to not only educate ourselves, but to put that knowledge into action. At the end of this session, you will be given an opportunity to spend the rest of an hour getting involved with one or more of our organizations listed in your program. This time is for us to reflect on how the ideas that we have been learning about can be applied in our daily lives. Whether it is supporting our troops, serving the poor, or encouraging those who are going through a difficult time, we can all see that there's an abundance of opportunities around us to take action on. One of our priorities is to love one another, and what better way to do that than through our actions? Jesus said, "A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you." To develop this essential priority, it takes practice and repetition in our daily lives to continuously show love to those around us. Even something simple as an encouraging word can make a world of difference. Along with love comes serving one another. We have been called to a free life, but it is important that we do not destroy this freedom. Rather, we should be using our freedom to serve one another in love. That is how freedom grows. As you've been listening to the different speakers and topics here at the summit, you may have wondered what you can do to make a difference. Well, this is your chance to embody the ideals and values we hold so dearly and translate them into something tangible. The Bible says, faith without works is dead. On that same note, ideas without action are fruitless. It requires action to make a difference. Limited government and private initiative go hand in hand. We've had time to listen, time to discuss, time to ponder. Now it is time to take action. Please welcome to the stage our first representative, CEO Joe Baker from Save the Storks.
Thank you, guys. Are you aware that 84% of post-abortive women have later said that having an abortion was their only option? Whenever we face an injustice, we have to make a decision. Unless we turn away in apathy, we choose between a spirit of anger or a spirit of grief and brokenness. The miracle is that though anger is often the immediate response, when we turn to grief and brokenness, God will often give us a vision of really how to minister to people and make a difference. That's what happened to me in 2010 in the Bronx of New York. I got invited to go see these young, passionate pro-lifers using this retrofitted mobile unit equipped with a sonogram machine that was able to offer women the chance to see and bond with their baby right there at this abortion clinic in the Bronx. When I first saw it, I was not a believer. I saw that bus and I said, that thing looks really ghetto, and I don't think I would let, someone I loved to board it. And so I was just kind of hanging back and watching. And there was a girl that was supposed to train me that day, and she had ran in to get a coffee. And so out of nowhere, a woman approached me, and she said, I'm here for my appointment, thinking that I was actually there working at the abortion clinic. And so I just began stuttering aloud, saying, no. I'm not here working at this abortion clinic. I'm just here hanging out with these crazy folks that have this bus, and they would love to provide you a sonogram and some resources if you decide to keep your baby. And this woman says, sure. And I said, really? Like right now? And so I walked her over to the door, and I said, look what I just did. Look who I just met. And she climbed aboard, and she met this sonographer at the door. And so I just took a moment to pray. It took about 30 or 40 minutes. But as she was coming off, I could see that she was booting up her phone, and I couldn't help but go up and ask her something. So I didn't know what to ask, so I said, who are you calling? And she says, I'm calling my mom to tell her that she's going to be a grandma and to get some help. That experience changed my life, okay? This girl changed my life. So much so that I got on the phone with my fiance and I said, Ann, I think there's going to be a different direction for our lives. I could do this with excellence, and I could do this everywhere. And so a year later, Ann and I got married, and instead of buying a house like everybody else, the two of us bought a mobile unit. We bought this vehicle right here. It was gutted on the inside. It was not beautiful on the inside. It was a shell. And we went on tour casting the vision to people of how we were going to launch these all over America. We did not know what we were doing, let me tell you. However, we went with the name Save the Storks because we thought it would be disarming, as everyone that I've ever met who wasn't pro-life always seems to love an environmental cause. Have you found that to be true? I mean, it's really true. They love an environmental cause, so I thought maybe if we want to Save the Storks, they would like us, and it could be a bridge. So I printed up these shirts that said Save the Storks, and as soon as the box arrived, I put one on, and I actually headed out the door to the Apple store to help my wife get her computer fixed. And I kid you not, we didn't even get to the Genius Bar when this woman grabs me by the shoulders, turns me around, and she says, who is killing the storks? I mean, she was upset. And so I'm only human, so I told her, I said, man, there are these Cheneys, and they're up in North Dakota, and they're shooting them down as they come over the border. And I swear, this woman was ready to quit everything and join my cause right then. And then suddenly I got one of those looks from my wife, and I knew I was in trouble. And so I leveled with the woman, and I said, no, ma'am, I'm just totally messing with you. Actually, what we do is even more amazing. We're able to meet a woman at the moment of decision and help her make a decision for life. And suddenly her face went cold, and she says, well, I am 100% pro-choice. And this was my first rodeo, so I simply shared with her that statistic that I shared at the beginning of the talk. I said, well, ma'am, that is wonderful to hear that you're so pro-choice, because we found that 84% of post-abortive women have later said that having an abortion was their only choice. And the reason why we're so successful is we're not really there stopping anyone. We can really provide the services someone needs to make the decision to do what they want to do, which is keep their baby. And she did not know what to do with that. Suddenly, that sounded so pro-choice to her. And I knew that I was onto something with the brand. This has happened all across America. I've had so many conversations like that since. In fact, I was in Alabama not too long ago, and this guy was like, what in the heck is a sonogram, and why do the storks need them? As I was filling up one of the stork buses. So I've got about 1,000 stories like that if I had the time. But that bus that I told you about later got finished. We finished out the interior, and wait till you see what it actually looks like when we're done. You guys are going to get a chance to come and see one of these when they're done. We have one here. But we built it out, and in the first year in Englewood, New Jersey, 394 women made a decision for life. In fact, 4 out of 5 of those women decided to keep their baby who boarded our bus. It was so successful that we were able to immediately scale it across America. And we've launched buses now all across America. We have 22 of these mobile units on the ground just from 2013, and they're not cheap. And we have another 20 that we're fundraising for. 7 of them are in production getting built right now. Here's a few of the mobile units. But it's not just about building mobile units either. It's about thinking through everything that we do as pro-lifers. And so we decided if we're going to park close to abortion clinics, instead of seeing abortion clinic employees and wanting to call them names, we could actually learn their names and get to know them. And so instead of seeing them as our enemy, we could actually see them as the captives of our enemy. And so down in Florida, as we began to build relationships with an abortion clinic, this guy here came out. His name is Dr. Ali Azimi. He came out to meet us, and he said, I know we disagree on the subject of abortion, obviously. He says, but you're the kindest people I've ever met. And he says, and sometimes I have these patients that change their mind. He says, I've never had anyone nice to refer them out to. Could I refer them out to you guys? I mean, that actually happened. I think Dr. Ali Azimi is going to get saved this year. I mean, you guys can pray that his place burns down in the night, but we can still pray that he also gets saved, and he is going to get saved. And so, and so this new way of thinking has really affected a lot of what we do. And it's not just mobile units either. Most women that choose abortion make the phone call to an abortion clinic in the first 24 hours of discovering they're pregnant. So how do we reach that? So a year and a half ago, I said, we need to go after the pregnancy test kits. So we built our own brand of pregnancy test kits called Assure Me. And if you look at the top there's a phone number, and the whole thing's a sales flow to get someone to call that number. If they call that number, it ends up on our call center, and we can set them an appointment at one of the 3,200 pregnancy centers in the U.S. And so we're putting pregnancy test dispensers. These are dispensers that can go on the wall of a bathroom, of a club, of a bar or university campus all over, and women are getting these tests and end up on the phone with us getting set an appointment. And so God is raising up this movement of people, this an amazing, passionate movement of people that is going to end abortion in America. You guys can be a part of it. We're asking for you to commit to $30 per month, which is enough, we say, to save one stork, to save one mother and child based on our math. And so if you'd like to do that, you can come and visit our bus, and you can also come to our booth and partner here. And so if you're pro-life, this is an opportunity to take that step and move your faith to action. And, if you want to know if it matters, check what you invest your money in. And so I welcome you to be a part of it. A lot of people are joining in, and this is a great opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Now please welcome Mark Skender from Divine Mercy Supportive Care.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Skender, and I'm with Divine Mercy Supportive Care, and we work on the other end of pro-life. We work on the natural death part of pro-life. And as a result, we are the anti-physician-assisted suicide here. And we've been successful, thank you. We've been successful over the last 2 years to defeat 2 bills, but unfortunately it looks like it might reach ballot this time, and we've got a lot of work to do. But we should be talking more about physician-assisted suicide. I'm not here to do that today. It's an important issue, it's a slippery slope. And unfortunately, it does cross party lines. We are a faith-based 501c3 in-house hospice and palliative care agency. We founded the agency in 2012, received our nonprofit status in June of 2013, and raised over $900,000 in 2.5-year period through personal donations and grants. Our average donation was slightly above Bernie Sanders' $20. We became licensed in the state of Colorado in July of 2015 and started caring for patients with terminal illness and end of life with a full clinical staff, which includes medical directors, registered nurses, certified nurse aides, social workers, chaplains, and volunteers. In November of 2015, we became certified by the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid to be able to bill for our services, and at the same time, we're accredited by CHAP, which is our industry's gold stamp of approval. Hospice is big business. That's why less than 20% of the 35 hospice agencies in Denver Metro are nonprofit. We are financially self-sustaining, and our excess revenues are put back into the program, and that helps us to do some pretty significant things. We're able to keep our nurse-to-patient ratio at 1 to 8, which in the industry, the normal is 1 to 18, which gives us the opportunity to provide exceptional care. In-home hospice care is reimbursed through Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, or personal pay. Our business model allows for us to care for those with no payer source at a ratio of 3 to 1, which means for every 3 patients we take that can pay through one of those sources, we can take care of a patient that is not able to pay. And that is against a more common ratio of 10 to 1. But we'll continue to fundraise in order to even bring that ratio down further and be able to take care of more and more of those people who aren't able to pay for those services. We pray with our patients and their families, which is actually very unusual in this very secular industry. Our chaplaincy and social workers program accommodate people of all faiths. The care we provide, though, is predicated on the ethical religious directives provided to us by the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops. Directives that I know each and every one of you would hope for from an agency caring for one of your loved ones. And you could stop by the booth if you'd like. I have copies. I could email them to you so you can read them. We're right across from the Eagle. Evangelization occurs regularly with families of those we care for, bringing people back to Christ when they might have strayed. It is truly a beautiful thing, and I am so privileged to be part of an organization in this most blessed event, End of Life. Volunteers are an integral part of our program, and we have a variety of needs. Our call to action today is to bring some comfort to the families of our patients who have passed. It's important for them to know that their faith community is praying for them. Everyone here can help by including those families in your prayers every day. If you are motivated to do something more tangible, though, for the rest of the hour, we have an opportunity to provide some support from this event in the form of a little treat. We will be actually stuffing candy in some plastic bags upstairs and putting a sticker on to let people know that from this particular convention, they are receiving a lot of prayers. As a side note, we are currently looking for a hospice registered nurse in northern Colorado, preferably that speaks Spanish, and also a marketer, a hospice marketer. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
And now please welcome Dee Dee Kism from Bella Natural Women's Care.
Hi, everybody, and thanks for being here and all that you're doing to reclaim our culture and our culture for life. I'm Dee Dee Chisholm, and I am a nurse practitioner and the executive director and founder of Bella Natural Women's Care. We are a new cutting-edge medical practice in Denver that is really changing the face of healthcare, bringing dignity to every woman, and bringing a new culture of life for healthcare. In just over a year, we have served over 1,700 women in almost 9,000 encounters, really making a difference. And when we think about continuum of care, when we think about how does that really make a difference for us? I just ask you all, has anybody walked into the bathroom to wash your hands and the water doesn't go on for you? Or you don't get the soap and you're wondering if there's something wrong with you? Well, I'm telling you, 75% of the time, that's me. The doors at the grocery store don't open, or the faucets in the bathrooms don't go on. And it reminded me how often
Our world doesn't see what's not convenient to them or not a part of what they think we ought to have. And the Lord brought Bella into the world to see and revere what much of the world chooses to keep invisible: life in the womb and the women that carry that life. We are expanding this summer in a strategic alliance with Catholic Charities to provide comprehensive health care in 2 of their former crisis pregnancy centers. And if we try to think about continuum of care and what that means, and we are so blessed with Save the Storks and the continuum that we have between organizations that capture those women at the moment of their yes, and what do we do afterwards? Because that yes carries a huge amount of responsibility. It's way more than that moment. So this alliance with Catholic Charities allows us to provide a continuum of care. We don't even think about it when every day we have what we need. We have a home, we have the food that we need, we have jobs, we have what we need for our body, mind, and soul, and yet there are all kinds of people, for whatever reason, who don't have that. They don't have safe housing. They don't have safe child care. And Catholic Charities has a lot of those resources, but what they didn't have was health care. So going into these crisis pregnancy centers and transforming them into comprehensive health care will allow a new continuum of care. To give you an example, we had a patient, Letitia, who was so sick, she was just dropped at the side of the road by her husband. They were living in the truck, and she's like, I have to get out. She was concerned that she could be pregnant, went to a crisis pregnancy center, and found that indeed she was pregnant. Really devastated because she didn't know what to do. She didn't want to make that choice, but she didn't want to bring a child into no options and no home. She chose to continue care by coming to our office and made another appointment and another appointment. Before long, she had housing. Ultimately, by the time she delivered her baby, she had permanent housing, had enrolled in online business classes, and has goals to own her own home. When we can have someone move from a mindset of Medicaid and food stamps and WIC to a mindset of jobs and benefits and permanent goals like owning a home, that changes our society, that changes our political milieu, and that makes a big difference for all of us, for our children, for our grandchildren. So from teenage issues, thank you, from teenage issues to obstetrics and gynecology, regular, navigating menopause, which in itself is a crazy thing, Bella really meets the needs of all of those people. And when we talk about our call to action today, first of all, we have to understand that as Christians and consumers, we actually have the right and important to intentionally consider choosing someone for services, and especially in the most intimate parts of our body, that share our same core values. And so, first call to action is consider being a patient with us and send in the people that you love to us, your moms, your sisters, your mothers, your daughters. And second, I'd like to have a call to action that in this next hour, that you would take a time at our table and recognize that this is a battle. Life and women and the dignity of women is a battle. We prayed before Bella opened, and we asked God, what did he want to name our baby, this baby? He gave us Bella Natural Women's Care. Many of us know that in Spanish and Italian, Bella means beautiful, and we're like, that's awesome, so beautiful. In Latin, Bella means wars. Make no mistake, this is a battle, and we need your support. We need your prayers. Our patients, such as Letitia, who has a goal to own her own home, she needs your prayers. Our high school kid who had a college scholarship, found herself pregnant, and started to take the abortion pill, came to us, successfully reversed that abortion that she had started, and is now continuing her college with the most beautiful baby in the world. So please, if you could go to our table and write out a prayer, encourage our staff, encourage our doctors, encourage our patients, especially those that are in really tough places, we would love it. We thank you. We thank you for your enthusiasm. We thank you for your apostolic zeal to change our world. God bless you all.
So I'm going to introduce real quick the person who's actually put on this entire event, our event director, Ashton Belk. Come on up here real quick.
Please welcome Ashton Belk, event producer.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be able to be up here and chat with you for just a second before we are able to actually step forward in taking action. So one of the other groups that we have joining us today is actually a group who is in support of our military overseas. So with this, we are inviting all of you to be able to support these troops by being kind to them today and being able to write a letter of encouragement to some of our troops in Afghanistan. Along with that, they will receive a box of Kind bars to be able, it's cute, isn't it? To be able to have a moment of enjoyment while they're on patrol. So with this and with a lot of the other organizations that we have partnered with, we invite you guys to stand up. Stand up, come join me, stand up. And I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and exit out into the concourse and into our lower level in our pre-function area and get involved with these organizations. These are organizations that mean a lot to us as an institute. They are people we believe in their causes, and we believe that you do too. So please, go ahead and join us for this next hour. Thank you.